Great to meet you. Be good.
Yo. A rare notification. Part-time notification. Oh, man. What's the game plan? We're just gonna blast the gnome up. Ampy Smalls.
Welcome. Keep your feet on the ground.
I think I accidentally pressed live. Really, you think I accidentally pressed live and I have my chat open and I'm on WoW?
You got my attention. See you soon. Great to meet you. Off with you.
Yes, let's go. That's a good one. Guys, do leveling rogues use slice and dice? Should be slicing. I feel like I should be. Maybe not, that did not feel good. Kinda getting shredded, bro. What in the heck? Wait, rogues take a lot of damage. Have you tried out a new MMO? Yes. Dude, Ampy Smalls kind of gets chunked by these mobs. My goodness. No, man, I have been playing a lot of Monsters and Memories. That's the other MMO I've been kind of talking about every now and then. That game was slated to come out June 1st, but they moved back the date to October 1st. So, time to come back to WoW. Early access over? No. It's still in beta. But
Hi. Watch your back.
I was putting off my stream
Great to meet
to play and like learn more about the game. And now that the game is gonna come out in like 4 months, can't shirk my duties. I gotta level the gnome. Right after BlizzCon, yeah. I think I'm still planning on playing it when it comes out. As long as they don't just ninja drop Classic Plus at BlizzCon, which, I mean, they did that shit with SOD. But I think that would be a terrible thing to do. So as long as it doesn't ninja drop Classic Plus, I think it's fine. No Classic Plus until 2028. That's... I don't believe that one. That's way too far. I'm thinking 2027. I'm thinking late 2027 is like on my docket. As somebody who isn't an insider, I would say announce, like, all things that I've seen is like especially the like Holly thing. I feel like everybody says there's going to be like something at BlizzCon, some big announcement, right? So I think it's probably going to be a Classic Plus BlizzCon announcement, which would be sick. Who knows? Maybe it's an announcement of an announcement. A preliminary announcement. And then... early 2027, you're saying, Jazz? Early 2027, huh? When is Sunwell supposed to be coming out? I don't feel like they're gonna. I don't feel like they are going to touch Classic Plus before Wrath is out. I think they're gonna let TBC do its whole thing. I think TBC is gonna cook all the way through, and then they're gonna drop it during Wrath. That would kill Wrath, though. That's okay. Wrath is the graveyard. Isn't it? You're saying November 2026? Yeah, that is cooked. That is not happening. That's way too early. Oh my god, I almost died to a bear. Dude, is it just me or is Rogue just a very squishy class? Gotta be eating fish all day long. Does it stay like this? Ah! They've been making the game for a year already? It's not enough time. How many people do you think are working on this shit? It took them a year. It took them a year to make sod. Massively coping if you think sub 10 people are working on Classic Plus. Well, I definitely think there's a team of probably like 30 people. But how many people are server guys? How many people are technical guys? How many people are designing it? I don't think that there's more than like a handful of designers. And then everybody else is like technical staff, you know? That would be my guess. I don't think it's a massive, I don't think it's like a massive creative team. Obviously they're gonna have like art guys, but even then, like, are they really? I just don't know. I don't even know what to expect anymore. Because you could look at it both ways. You could be like, Classic Plus is gonna be a huge success, right? Let's say like, they want to make the best game possible. Well, then they're going to hire more people. But if they are just making it to like appease the audience, then they're going to have less people working on it. So I think it depends on, I think it just purely depends on Microsoft's goal with it. Why don't they want to work with the WoW community to make Classic Plus? I think they are. I think they are working with the community in a roundabout way. With Season of Discovery input. And they're definitely paying attention to what players are doing now, I think. But it's definitely not like direct communication. I'm gonna be real, guys. If I was developing a game for the classic WoW player base, I would not fucking talk to you guys. Not for a minute. Swear to God. You guys would be left in the goddamn dark until it comes out. Holy shit, like, you guys have nothing to add. Real talk. Let's be real, guys. What an L take. Like, come on. Do you think you're a game designer? Do you guys feel qualified as game players to design a game? I don't. I've been playing World of Warcraft for however long. I don't feel qualified. There's so many things where you think you're making a good thing, you think your input is worth something, and it is, right? Like your play experience, and I think that's something you can speak to, is like how it feels to play. But when it comes down to people's ideas on how to improve the game, a lot of them are gonna not consider the impact that they're not seeing. It's like, let's say I want smaller raids. Say one of you guys says that, I want smaller raids. Why? Well, because I want it to be more convenient. I want to be able to raid with my friends. And that has overarching impacts on the rest of the game, and that's not that you guys are not like aware of and or thinking about. And so when people say things, when a person from the community says things, oftentimes it's going to just be like some dog shit suggestion that they didn't really fully cook, and I don't know. Like, most people that want to give input are not going to fully cook an idea. I think that's the problem. And they're going to only speak to their convenience. And I think when you listen to that, you're just going to get a bad idea. And now, I think that even extends to me. I think that I have some ideas about the game, how to improve it. But even then, like, these are just thoughts on how I play the game. and what I see as improving for me. And it may not be for everybody. It may not be an overarching good thing. It's like, that's why I don't feel qualified to like speak. I mean, I obviously want what's best for the game, but you know. Escape way, let the community vote. See, this is interesting, right? Community voting, I think works, but only if you curate their ideas, right? Because it gives the team a point of like, we have come up with 3 ideas for a problem, right? They'll all have their pros and cons. They're all valid. Let's let the players decide between A, B, C, right? And if they're leaning towards something, that's great. These are all solutions that the developers cook. This is a big deal. You can't just have community cook. Like, the community cooking, you can't do that. You have a community cook, you're gonna get like some like chocolate broccoli lasagna. And just be like, okay. Hold on a second. So I would love for Blizzard to be communicating with the community a bit, but it takes a lot of work, and the people that do respond are freaks, bro. You got to deal with the Classic Plus goblins. I do not envy Blizzard. When it comes to making a game that people are so passionate about, that they've played for so long in their ways, you're going to upset someone no matter what change you make. Someone's going to be upset. So it's like telling people ahead of time is just like a lose-lose. It's so hard, man. Like, I really don't envy that. I feel like Blizzard would only really focus on Classic Plus if it became a full purchasable game like retail. I'm fine with that. Honestly, guys, like, I would pay money for them to develop this part of the game. I don't know why that's not an option. I feel like that should have been an option for a long time. It just looks good for Blizzard to have them all in one sub because it helps them mask the fact that retail is losing players and Classic is, like, still successful and they haven't touched it in 20 years. Cooking, by the way. That was a raw take. That was a rogue take right there. Why should it be an option? They aren't putting something new in besides compatibility with newer hardware. I mean, they have, though. With Season of Discovery, Season of Mastery, they added Hardcore World of Warcraft. They added Self-Found mode. They added... they've been developing, like, more curated experiences, right? Like, they have, like, relaunched TBC with post-nerf, shared, like, whatever the fuck they're called, attunements. They're making boosting changes, which albeit are pretty slimy, but they are developing it. At least in a overarching way. It may not be a massive developments, but and I think there's pros to, like, having one sub. I mean, obviously, but what I'm saying is that, like, I pay Blizzard to play Classic. And Blizzard is using that money. I mean, maybe they're not. But like, you know, for all intents and purposes, I'm counting as a retail subscriber. You know what I mean? So like they could be developed, they could be using the money that I pay to develop a retail store mount, and that just goes away from Classic, which is fine. It's not a big deal. But that's what I'm saying, like I would love to have an option to like contribute to like a Classic Plus. So I don't think it would be. That's why I like the idea of a paid Classic Plus, like an actual separate thing from WoW, so that they can use the profits from Classic Plus back into Classic Plus, and not just included in the World of Warcraft totality, you know. So I do hope that it's a whole thing by itself. And that would help justify investment in it. That will never happen? It's okay. Guys, why is Rogue Stealth so bad? Holy crap. These things see me from miles away. Think. Got food for days. Boom. I feel like I should be making these things. Make some sharpening stones. Wait. Get food buff first. TBC would have been way better if they added more loot and not lied about an advanced timeline. I think that they're using TBC as a way to extend the classic content while they're like with as little change as possible, so that they can develop Classic Plus. That's my theory. That's my theory. Because then they're free to do other stuff. Now, I do think that they should have had, like, I don't know. Maybe like a little bit of tier 4 buffed drop rates. Because, man, that's just miserable. It's just not fun. I swear, like, I had a short about it. People talk shit, actually. Jesmite made a short about how I said tier 4 is objectively boring because there's like no loot that drops and there's only 3 bosses outside of Karazhan. And people were like, after you're hard stuck 1700, you spent 1,000 hours in this game. Wasn't that fun? And I'm like, damn, bro, they got me. They got me. But the problem is that like I did everything I could possibly do on multiple characters. I leveled 6 level 70s. I got raid geared on 3 of them. I did PvP on 2 of them. I did 1,500 arena games across all my characters. And I did all of that in a month. And yes, I'm a tryhard player, but non-tryhard players would just not have 7 characters. They'd have 1. And so like the fact that I'm a tryhard and I put in like way more hours than people is negated because I'll do 7 times more work than they will. And I think people like saying that shit. There's like, you're a sweat. Easy for you to say. But I swear, bro, it is cooked. There's nothing to do. It's probably fine for people that are actually just hit 70 like 2 weeks ago. Those people are having a blast. Real talk. This could get scary, guys. Never mind, we crit. I have 1 health pot. Let's see where the respawn is. Motherfucker. Maybe it'll solo pull. Heard you've been giga locked and dialed in the gym? Yes. Yeah. It's true. This is the WoW downtime. It happens like once a year, maybe a little more depending on the year. And there's just nothing new. You're in like TBC phase 1 for 3 months. No classic update in however long. No season. And so people are making their own content. It's great. I mean, like, it's still playable. It's still streamable. But you can see, like, there's a reason why hardcore race locked exists right now. And it's because the streamers have nothing to do. And the players don't really have anything to do outside of, like, some community event. And that's fine. Like, there's... Yeah, there's like... we're in a lull, right? So we're in a lull for the next however long. In between, like, TBC phases and, I guess, retail phases, if you're playing both. Dude, I feel like a little chihuahua. You guys get that vibe? Dude, a Gnome Rogue, I feel like an actual, like, angry little dog. I just attack, like, I'm attacking so much. Just poking his toes. Actual ankle biter. All they're gonna add is another raid in TBC that you still just raid log. That's okay. I mean, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? Like, they're out of mana. As a company, they're out of mana. What do you want them to do, Tuska? You want them to make content for you? They're cooking. I hope. They better be. Someone give them Innervate. Start flash potting that shit, man. It's crunch time. Ooh, that was a rare interaction, guys. Did you see what happened? Chad, this is a test on awareness. If you know what happened, you'll never die in hardcore World of Warcraft ever again. I'm not telling you guys. Oh shit, someone got it. Oh shit, that guy's never died in WoW. Okay, okay. I'll show you guys. When you stand on top of a critter, mobs will use this as a run location. So like, see, look, he's gonna flee, and because he's standing on the critter, he stops fleeing right away. So critters count as universal, like, flee locations. So they'll run to a critter and then realize they're not alone. If you're ever in a dangerous location and you need to make sure a mob doesn't run and there's critters nearby, that's one way you can do it. Like in the Barrens, for example. The Barrens is a great example of this. Plain striders that run away and they run at Mach speed. If you run it over like a rat or something in the Barrens, or like a prairie dog, I don't know what critters there are. Maybe a snake. You can do that. See, like, these mobs normally run away, right, at low HP. So it may not always benefit you. Maybe you want them to run away. But if you don't want them to run away, you might be able to control that. See? It works with every type of critter, yes. Oh, I need to get bandages. I bet that would go crazy, huh? I want to group them up so my evasion works on both of them. I'm gonna gouge, backstab with my remorseless. Boom! Is there a vendor? No. Wait, a node. What is the ideal MC group comp? I mean, the ideal group comp is not realistic. Ideal group comp is like 30 warriors in my head. And the realistic group comp is going to be a split, like 15, 10, 10, 10. Warrior, rogue, warlock, mage. It's also not a Voidwalker factory. I know people have been cooking a Voidwalker factory. That's not it. It's cool to think about. Yeah, I think like that's the problem. Like think about the impact of Voidwalker tanking Lucifron. You're gonna get multiple curses, and then you die. Impending doom, die. So it's just much more realistic to fight. Like, let's say this. Yeah, this is live, Jimmy's. Pre-recorded, by the way. It's pre-recorded. It's much more realistic that you're like, look. So like, instead of doing some gimmick, why not do what works? And what we know works is killing the bosses instantly. If you have a group of pre-raid Abyss warriors and you get world buffs, and you have 30 warriors, that's what we call like a warrior stack, like 30 warriors plus healers, plus 1 mage, 1 lock, 1 hunter, whatever. Then the bosses die in 10 seconds. And now if you extend that and you say, okay, well now instead of bringing 5 to 7 healers in like a speedrun, we're gonna bring an extra 5 to 7 warriors. And I think you can manage to kill the boss fast enough with like Diamond Flask and like a really tanky main tank, that you're basically fighting fire with fire, basically. Or like, instead of being afraid of the damage you're gonna take, and like playing, you know, a bunch of Void Walkers, and you're trying to heal the Void Walkers, and you're trying to like make sure the Void Walkers are taking all the damage, and you're trying to kill the boss with all the Void Walkers. Like, why are we doing that when you could just get more warriors that's already shown to work? Like, how fast is the fastest Lucifron kill? Like 10 seconds? It's like 10 seconds. So now imagine if you bring all warriors, how fast is the fastest Lucifron kill? It's probably gonna be like, if you're all gnome warriors in pre-raid, maybe it's like 20 seconds. Okay, you skip every single mechanic, boss dies. Diamond Flask, exactly. So the most realistic comp in my mind isn't 30 warrior necessarily for all bosses. I think some bosses, like, I would break it down, right? For bosses like Domo, you actually might want a lot of casters for AoE. You want at least 4 warlocks, at least 4 mages. You probably want 8 warlocks when you do Gar, so you can banish every single ad and just single target the boss. And then you could do Voidwalker shit with each ad if you wanted to. So why didn't you go warrior? I wanted to try rogue. I think rogue has a place in the comp. And it's something new. That's the real reason. Like, I'm not really, as much as I'm talking about it, I'm not sure if I'm going to raid MC on this character. I don't know if I'm going to raid at all MC. So I'm trying something new. I've never played a rogue. It'll be interesting. I've been playing rogue in TBC, and it's kind of fun. It feels satisfying to play. It's definitely one of the classes that there's not super crazy mechanics going on all the time. But with that being said, there is a lot of potential in anything you're doing. Every time you're playing the game, you could be like gouge, blind off target, vanish, cheap shot, kidney shot, re-gouge. Like, the amount of control you have, I think, is really interesting. And I think the majority of the Gnome challenge would exist in dungeon content, not necessarily MC. And so I think that's interesting. And that's why rogue. It's just interesting. Well, of all the things I've done on my rogue in TBC, the most fun have been dungeons, because I'm using my distract. I go for a sap. I get, you know, double CC. I can kick off target. Like, I enjoy that kind of control aspect of rogue, which is interesting.
What can I do for you?
So playing as a hunter, and it's always fun in raids. Yeah, I actually played hunter in original classic. That's my most played classic class, is hunter. Even though a lot of people associate me with warrior tank, even mage, hunter is my most played classic class. And I was always pulling, speedrunning, PvPing on hunter.
How are you? Great to meet you.
I don't know if that's correct, actually. I'm not going to tell him that.
Hi. Safe travels.
Hello.
Don't I need tiger's eye goggles? Yeah.
See you soon. What can I get for you today? Safe travels. What can I do for you?
Okay. I'm gonna go back to town. Once I go back to town, I'll go NG. I want to finish my rat ears, and I might do filthy paws if other people are there. Grab this robe. 4 stam is kind of nice. Ampy, I think you are going bald. No, I still got some left. Guys, it's looking good. What do you mean? I remember watching you farm ammo in Elbers. Yeah. Yep. The Doom shot. Need to kill boars. Boars on the way. I feel like my character's much better now that I'm not fighting +2 mobs. It was pretty bad when I was level 10 in this zone. Oh man, it was really bad. Saw you on Party is Full. Interesting conversation. Yeah, I had a blast. That was a great experience. Do you ever wish another good MMO gets released? Oh yeah, definitely. I love MMOs, man. As much as my stream is pretty much married to WoW, I have always played other games. WoW is just the game I always come back to. OSRS when? Guys, I'm not gonna lie, thinking about old school RuneScapes makes me physically ill. Legitimately. I opened Sardako's stream. He's playing RuneScape. And I just remember like having to click on everything. Like, thank God I'm not playing that shit anymore. It's not that like I hate RuneScape, but like just thinking about the like day-to-day play style, I'm just glad I'm not doing it right now, dude. Would you expect to sub if you're focused on control or dungeons? Yeah, I definitely think it's an option. I don't really know how to spec rogue. I'm going combat right now. I think riposte is really good for leveling, isn't it? I think riposte is really good. And I think parry, dodge, hit chance, like all these talents are so insane compared to what is offered at the top of the tree here. Like Ghostly Strike is cool, but like all of this stuff doesn't really help you on your mob to mob journey. Like when I play warrior, this is a good example. When I play warrior, I always go 5 out of 5 parry. And I notice a big difference in my damage taken, and it even helps you get parry hasted with a two-hander. I'm a big fan of like innate passive avoidance talents, especially early on a class that relies on HP as a resource. You know what I mean? Like Rogue and Warrior directly use HP as their ability to kill mobs. If you don't have health, you can't kill another mob. That's why I like it. Sorako is unfortunately in RuneScape box that he can't leave. I don't think it's unfortunate. I mean, he made a career. Realistically, like his stream when before he started RuneScape and after he started RuneScape, his size tripled or more. Like it's a crazy deal. It's like imagine if you're working a job and you're making like 20K and all of a sudden you go to 80K.
Met. Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground.
I don't think he's sad at all about playing RuneScape. In the overarching scheme of things. Like it's insane. I'm really happy for him.
How are you? Off with you.
Sub-Rogue is fun around level 20. Yeah, I think it could be interesting. I definitely think it could be interesting to try Sub-Rogue, especially as you get higher level. Once you get Hemorrhage is pretty sick. And these like bottom talents are decent. Like Prep, having Prep in hardcore I think is pretty meaningful. Prep, Deadliness, Hemorrhage, you have improved Sap, which can help you like control in dungeons, or even do like harder stuff in the world. But conversely, Combat also gives you weapon skill for dodge, for like whatever. Blade Flurry, which is insane. This is like a bigger, like honestly, instead of sapping it, just kill the other mob with Blade Flurry. And dual wield spec, I mean, this is, every single thing about this is damage. And AR is very powerful too. When he played Frontier 2, Sorako was the only one who sent a call in for materials instead of for free. He's looking out for himself. Have you ever tried EVE Online? Yeah, I did. I actually had a really fun time playing EVE. I thought it was super cinematic, and I enjoyed the atmosphere of it. The problem that I had with EVE is that I didn't know anybody playing EVE, and so I didn't really know what to keep doing. I wasn't really having a ton of fun just doing the solo missions. I think if I was playing with a group of friends, it would be much better. We could go like do some like higher level stuff. I don't know.
What's on your mind?
Ooh. Interestingly enough, the class split is pretty even, with a lot of rogues.
Special purchase? You have a great day now. Hey.
Isn't there supposed to be a rogue quest?
Right. What can I do for you? Be good.
I don't know why.
Safe travel.
Insane. Kick on the bar.
Great to meet you.
What is the biggest appeal to play Classic? Let me make a couple of these before I drop it. In my eyes, the biggest appeal of Classic is you get a journey. It's a character's journey. Very much like maybe the biggest appeal of like an RPG that you play isn't necessarily the combat. I don't know, it's all about the journey, your character's progression. And I think that's a very rewarding experience. I'm gonna make 8 stones, that's probably enough to go to level 20. I guess it's not. That's all I'm gonna make though. I'm gonna go skinning and get 6 light leather.
Can I help you? Hey, be seeing you.
That is so loud. Keck flute. Sorry guys. That was really loud, huh? Our stone's not that good beyond level 20, they seem good. Yeah, but you know, 2 damage is good, but once you hit like level 20, I think poisons end up being nice because you'd have to level blacksmithing otherwise.
How are you? Need assistance?
Or you're just using rough sharpening
Can I
stones.
help you? My, you're a tall one. Be seeing you.
I think I'll smelt all my copper while I'm in town, and then I'm gonna bank it with my stones. Pick up a skinny knife. What actually? I should have done this. I don't know if it's worth for me to do this anymore. It's worth it. I'm gonna wait for this to go back. I'm gonna jump off.
Greetings. Very well then.
So we go smelt, accept, turn in, skinning, skinning knife, train swords. I'll just grab this and then I'll smelt.
Hello. See you soon. Be good.
No, Judo Archie, that's not. I don't do that, bro. Alright, smelt up. Those level 5 fish you have, is it the only fish 1 to 60 that's for some reason is extra cheap? Yes, and I think that the reason why it's so cheap is because it's a fish that you can fish up very easily, low level. I think it's like a level 1 fish technically, and so they didn't want people to like fish it up and then vendor it for a lot of money. So they lowered the price, which means that the vendor sell price was lower as well. It's interesting. There's really not many examples of that. That's some RuneScape kind of grind. Fish a full inventory of fish, cook it, vendor it. Fish a full inventory of fish, cook it, vendor it. Doom, how... Are you good? Look up. Huh. You guys see that? Mighty fine first message. Split the player base, by the way. What are you afraid of, man? Just play the game. What do you think happens to Mop? That's a great question, Tuska. I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. I could see two things happening. I could see a permanent Mop server, or I could see a transfer to retail. Close Mop. I think those are the two options. And I think Blizzard, even if it was maybe a paid transfer to retail, could go crazy.
Can I help you?
Or they run it like like Era, and they just have a permanent server going.
Be careful.
Transfer to retail is for sure not an option. Why?
Greetings.
Because Scarab Lord? Who cares? Who cares?
King's honor, friend. For the Alliance.
Except the Fargo Deep Mine. Nah. Hold on a second. You're telling me I'm going to Elwyn fucking Forest to do my quest? I'm doing an Elwyn Forest. Fuck off. Okay. I'm okay running around it because I need copper. I need to skin some mobs. I think I might try to get my medium leather too. I might keep skinning. Okay, hear me out, guys. Hear me out. Keep skinning until I get 26 medium leather, which can make goggles plus materials to help level up my stuff. And then I go NG. NG like level 20.
How are you? See you around. Hello.
I will not be doing this quest.
Light be with you. Light bless you. Be careful. Go with honor, friend. Be careful. Light bless you. For the Alliance.
I'm gonna just do my own routing on this.
Finest goods.
What do you guys know about the Michelle Bell tech?
Good day to you.
I don't know if Gnome can do this the same. What the fuck? Oh, they can.
Have a good one.
You need something? Hey there. What can I do for you?
What? I can't skin his mob. Scammed. Gnome too small. Yeah, the gnome did not feel good doing that. Copper vein. Bro. I'm not even getting skills, am I? Oh, I'm zoomed up. I was like, what is going on? No one can enchant your gear if you're self-found. You can't even open a trade. Hmm. Favorite copy pasta? I don't even know, dude. Wow, Rogue is so good. Look at my damage, guys. Holy crap. You dueling? Yeah, I'm dueling. Rogue can duel at 10. Oh man, guys, Rogue is insane. Level 5 right away. These mobs are level 5 right away. Boom! They didn't want to get ganked. True rude, dude. This is the experience. This is like if I was level 60 in STV. This is the same kind of vibe. It's kind of scuffed. This is definitely not speedrun tech. Not speedrun approved. But I'm getting wolf meat and boar meat, which will level up my cooking to 50. 50 cooking is utilized in Duskwood? It's using Duskwood, Darkshire, for the Lean Wolf flank quest. And then at level 60, well, almost 60, you'll want like 275, 250 cooking for another. It's like a triple quest, and you get a quest for doing the 225. It gives like 4k XP too. It's not bad. And as for leather, I'm trying to level up my skinning to 50 because then I can skin level 10 mobs. While I grab, I'm coming over here to grab Hogger. I'm gonna go solo him real quick, and then I'll go grab Princess, and we'll go to the east side of this zone. Hogger solo, yeah. I skinned a sheep. Give me a wall. Alright, we are looking for Mr. H. If he's in a good spot, I can kite him 2 different directions. We could go back up to the tower, to the bridge, or to the pumpkin patch. It's looking like a pumpkin patch spawn. It's probably going to be down here. Oh no, he's right here. This is not bad. Shit, I could just kill him probably. I'm holding, boys. We're holding. Damn! Rogue is insane. For Gnomergon. Think it'd be worth it to level leatherworking for Devilsaur? No. No, that sounds miserable. Devilsaur is good, but it's not that good. Like, for example, if you don't have Devilsaur, you just get, like, Shadowcraft 6 set. Isn't that decent? Because I don't think you're going to get Dark Mantle. Shadowcraft 6 set, yeah.
What can I
That'll
do?
be my guess.
Safe travels. You need something? See you around.
Too much farming gets ZG shit. Are we allowed to do ZG with gnomes only? Yeah, I'm not doing this quest. Damn. That guy's got some gear. ZG offhand, though. Kind of questionable, brother. Got MSA ZG offhand? Are you even trying? That quest. I should loot it for linen. Little malachite. What level is the skinning at? 32. So we're almost there. We need at least 50, and then I can continue it. But I can get the 50 on the Eastvale mobs. Are you bummed OnlyFans got canceled? In a roundabout way. I don't think I was super excited about TBC. Hardcore stuff. I felt like it wasn't really viable. But... So it wasn't like as exciting as the first OnlyFans idea. The hardcore stuff like on Classic. But now we're in a lull where we're just doing like a different community thing. It's like kind of smaller, race locked. Who's in charge of the Forsaken? It's in Bobka Jerome.
Hey there. Safe travels.
How are you?
I feel like I should do this just to get the follow-up real quick. Why a new start? What do you mean? Like why Gnome instead of the... Torrent? Let's go get those notes. These mobs that give XP. No, they don't. No, they do not. Going back stealth. Trebek is playing genius moves. I did think that the stuff he was doing was kind of cool. It reminded me of Noobcore, where he's like raiding Wailing Caverns, and he like raided some like Don Algaz in wetlands. I think that was very interesting. I like that. I thought that was creative. Think. Is the human guild dead? I don't know if anybody's leading the human guild as in terms of streaming. Cooking's almost done. Like this or DD, like Deviant Delight? I was a really big fan of Deviant Delight. I thought that was really cool. I feel like the difference between Deviant Delight and this is that the community is much more split. It's one thing that I don't like about the race locked. Is like, I have friends that are playing in all the different races. Like Snow and Parla are playing Troll. Boosty is playing like, he's Gnome and Tauren. Like Cargos and Greys are Tauren, and then you've got like Shobek Night Elf, and then you've got Bobka, Jerome Undead, and you're trying to like play with the other people on that same race. And I think that it's kind of a shame that we have all these creators playing,
What can I do for
and they're all split into their little tribes.
or the Alliance?
It means there's less collaboration between creators, and I think collaboration creates really fun moments. Yeah. Later in the server, they'll remove that. Yeah, maybe. How's Eminem doing? It's good. I've definitely had a lot of fun playing. The unfortunate reality is that Eminem is delayed. Got delayed by 4 months. So it's not going to come out until October. And I was really looking forward to June release. Now I'm still looking forward to October release. But that just means that I need something to do in the meantime. I was kind of hoping that I could just kind of do a lot of Monsters Memory content like pretty soon. I was really hyped about that. So it's a little dampening, but I still think it'll be a really fun game. If anything, I think it'll be better for people that haven't played it yet. Starting in October, there's gonna be a lot more content. Right now, it's like a relatively restricted version of the game they want it to be. Do you think they need more than 4 months? Do you think they need more than 4 months? No. The game is in a good spot right now. It's not perfect, but the main problem right now is server stability issues and late game, in my eyes. Those are the two main questions. And I guess there's some class balancing, but it's minor. It's not a big deal. Would rather wait for them to finish it so it's a better product when it comes out. Yeah, I kind of agree, and I think that a lot of people that were interested in the game will get a better experience because it's delayed when it does actually come out. For me, I need to see server stability, a lot more cleaner late game content, and filled out class designs. Nah, like, I'm gonna be completely honest. The game isn't about late game. So the fact that there isn't a lot of late game isn't a big deal. That's the problem. There just isn't a lot of late game. But for most people, especially for people that's their first time around, like, the leveling is going to take 400 to 500 hours. Like, right? Think about that. It's significantly slower than 1 to 60 in Classic WoW. And I think for most people, that means they're not going to see endgame for months and months and months after launch, if ever. And so that means that the game is pretty much focused around your experience leveling. And I think that's great. I think that there's different like locations for you to kind of crawl. There's different dungeons. There's a ton of biomes. There's a ton of game like zones, I guess. There's items you can target farm that are lower level that are pretty good. There's a lot of discovery. And I think that that's the biggest thing. It's about the journey and it's about the discovery of all of those things. The zones, the items, everything. And so that's why I think like it's not a big deal. You know, most people just are gonna level and that's it. They may not ever hit 60. Like, for reference, I'm a try-hard player, guys. I'm a try-hard player. When I play, I'm playing hard. My character just dinged level 50 on the beta in Monsters and Memories. I've been playing in a 6-man group, a static group, which is pretty try-hard. When we do play, we're going hard. My character has 8 days slash played. 8 days slash played. That is around, level 50 is around halfway to level 60. So if you're looking at, like, you know, a less tryhard player, I would put them at 10 to 12 to 15 days at level 50. So you're looking at like a journey for like an average person. You're talking like bro, you're talking like 20 days slash played. Like 500 hours, 25 days slash played to level 60. That is a fucking journey. And it's rewarding, but it's a grind. It's a slow burn. For sure. You passed me, I was like 12 levels above you. Yeah, I mean, we try hard a lot. We've put in a lot of time. I mean, for reference, I have 8 days played, and I've only been playing for 3 weeks. Can't compete with statics. You just can't compete with time, unless you're also putting in 8 hours a day. Like, you're just not gonna see that. But yeah, we have been playing really hard. I hope Classic Plus leveling takes 20 days. It's interesting. I think that playing Monsters and Memories is a different MMO experience than Classic is, but it's almost equivalent to where Classic came from. And in that regard, it's an interesting experience to go basically back to like how EverQuest was and see it again in a more modern light. It makes me appreciate the classic WoW leveling speed. It really does. And the impact of your spells. I think Classic struck a really good balance in terms of discovery and play and time to level and everything. I don't think it should take 20 days played to ding level 60. As it stands right now, I think that what could change is more meaningful experiences at lower levels. And what I mean by that is Blizzard encouraging players to take their time leveling 1 to 60 by giving things like maybe more interesting profession options, like, you know, longer quest chains that are maybe only available up to a certain level, kind of give people these like kind of achievement quests to do, or, you know, some sort of reason to not rush to 60. Because it's such a great experience. I think that what you can take away from the Monsters and Memories and EQ style game is it's about the experience and your character's journey. And I think Classic WoW has, for a lot of people, turned into kind of like a get to the end game to experience it. And I think that it would be really cool to see Blizzard offer opportunities to players to get that journey aspect back into like the meta, where it's like kind of hardcore. You know, hardcore is more about the journey, and I think that's why hardcore is doing so well consistently with Classic WoW. Better than Era, I would say. Hardcore does better than Era. There's a reason that the streamers go back to hardcore and not go to Era for the most part. And I think that the reason is that this is like more embodying of the Classic experience. Not to say that you can't have fun in Era, but that this is really what it's all about, I think. Era is still healthy, and I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying that Era is a very specific kind of playstyle for people, I would say.
Looking for something specific?
And
See you later.
Classic is a more broad, appealing journey. Question for unlocking an important spell. Yeah, I mean, I think that's not a bad idea at all. Hardcore drives viewers. That is the main reason for streamers to play it. Okay, let's take that premise. Hardcore drives viewers. Let me ask, why does hardcore drive viewers? Do you think it's because it's a more relatable experience that appeals to more people? I would say so. And I think that's the point that I'm making, is that Era is a very specific experience. No, you don't think so. I think it is a different, I think it's way more appetizable than Era, because the consequences are after every single thing you do. No, because it's fun to watch people die. I understand what you guys are saying. I do, but I genuinely think what I'm saying is true. And I think that what you guys are saying, right, doesn't mean that that's not also true. What I'm saying is that because there's stakes to the journey, hardcore puts you into the journey on your character much more than an Era. And that's part of the reason why I think it's so appealing. For viewers, yes, but for players too. That's literally my whole point. What you guys are saying, it is my whole point. Because Era, for the most part, would be logging in, probably getting boosted to 60, and then running GDKPs at level 60 to, like, minigame capture the gear. And that's realistically, like, that's what I would do if I was playing Era. How to know what dungeons? Very carefully. You cannot mail alts in self-found. Self only. Character only. What are some things that Blizzard could add? What are some things that Blizzard could add that incentivizes players to slow down and level, like stop leveling to do? The only thing that I can think of is like item incentives. It's very hard for me to make no end game. Well, yeah, I mean, if there is no end game, people are incentivized to smell the roses, but I don't think that's a good solution. Raid locks like Eminem. Quality of life unlocks. Interesting, like a diary in RuneScape. That's okay. Okay, hold on a second. Wait, let's cook that idea a little bit, guys. RuneScape diaries were basically like a zone-wide kind of checklist for you to complete certain tasks within that zone. And after finishing said tasks, you would unlock some perk. Does that work in WoW at all? What's the downside to not doing it? You just don't get that perk. But why not do that at max level? I mean, yeah, maybe you could do it at max level, but maybe you could incentivize people to do it while leveling because it would benefit your leveling journey in some way. You'd have to make the content hard enough to gatekeep people until they do those perks. I don't think that the answer is making content hard. If you're talking about like leveling, like making prowlers harder. Teleports to zones. Yeah, that's kind of... but see, teleports to zones are anti-classic in my head because it shrinks the world. Like, RuneScape is cool with teleports, but I think it's overdone. In my opinion, it's overdone. Direct pathing flight paths. Travel needs to remain the same. Yeah. I'm kind of in the same boat there. Bag slot. Bags are not a bad idea. Let's say, like, that's something that kind of gets obsolete as you level up, but it would be really nice. Imagine if you got a 12 slot bag and you could get it at level 15 by completing all of the Westfall quests. And then some like special, like then you add some more expansive quests to that zone, some quest chains to that zone to kind of push people to be like exploring that new content, and then they get like a decent reward from it. Where, okay, so I kind of don't mind that idea where you incentivize players to do something at a low level, and you get a reward that would only otherwise be obtainable by high levels. Say like a 12 slot bag at level 10, level 15. Something like that. It's interesting. I don't know if that's a fully fleshed out, cooked idea, but it's an interesting concept, to say the least. Little solo dungeon at the end of the quest line that makes it tough. Yeah, you could have like a whole like delve. Yeah, I mean, epic quest lines at milestone levels. I like that idea. I really do. I think that's very interesting. But they don't have to be epic. Give someone a blue quest at level 20. Peeps would use a level 60 alt account to get the quest done. Double the number of rare spawns. I do think rare spawns are interesting. I do like rare spawns. Do I like rare spawns enough to double them? I'm not certain how I feel about that. I will say rare spawns right now feel pretty inconsequential outside of some random specific ones. Like, say, Prince Nazjack. Very notable rare mob right there. drops Tidal Charm. You have the Naga from Azshara that drops the one-handed sword. People do it in speedruns. There's some notable ones. There's Nimar in Arathi Highlands that drops a very, very strong helmet early on. Also a notable cloak for melee DPS. Very rare though.
See you around.
Those kind of mobs, right? They're interesting, but they're very far between. Usually rare mobs are cool, but I'm okay skipping them for the most part.
See you later.
Rares give more blue of the ... I kind of like that rares are interesting in that regard. I don't like how TBC does it, where a rare mob drops of the item, a random roll, because it introduces RNG into whether you care about that mob. I think Nimar is a great example of what rares should be. A rare mob that drops a notable item for a certain class, let's say in this case it's a helmet, early on for casters. That's what it is. Or a very rare, super high damage cloak. Phantom Hood cloak, 10 agi, 3 strength. Insane at level 30. Insane. And I like that because you're getting a usable item. When you have of the whale, you have lost an item. Essentially, that item isn't usable. You know what I mean? And so I find that, like, when rares drop randomized gear, most of the time it's going to be useless. It's going to be spirit, stamina, intellect, agility, strength, intellect. And it's like, yeah, it could be good if you didn't have any item in that slot, but for the most part, if you're itemized well, it's just kind of meh. So that's why I don't like randomized gear. Spirit stamina as a warrior, I feel offended. Sure, but like spirit stamina on most classes is like a L. Right, on the warrior, a good example on the warrior is like you get int spirit, int strength, int agility, spirit int, like all these combinations are useless. I mean, not necessarily, like you could put it on. It's a significant item upgrade, but... So that's kind of my take. I really like the way that it currently is in Classic. I think it's the best that it ever is for rare mobs. I think that what they could do is have more rare mobs, add more rare mobs in, and then give rare mobs a little bit of an increased XP gain. So it's like almost completing a quest. Maybe like a mini quest. Give rare mobs like 3x or 5x normal XP. Just give them like a free quest. Why not? You don't kill that many rare mobs on your journey.
Need help? King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend.
Level locked raid content. As much as I don't like level locked raids. I don't like level locked raids. I think what they could do is have challenges around certain levels, but not level lock them necessarily. Easy boar meat. Where are we at? 20, 30. Okay. Pretty much done with meats. Our skinning's 75 as well. Nearly 75. So we are caught up. I think I'm gonna skip all of this. Go to Red Ridge. Go to Red Ridge, Hearth to Goldshire, turn that in, and go to Westfall, turn that in, grab the flight path. Probably head up to Loch Modan, go to Darkshire. What is it? Darkshore. More stuff like Whirlwind Axe, doable for if you get finesse, let you get help. Super OP items that can get you. Yeah, I do think that's a really good idea, Tarandre. I think that having kind of like more lower level, quote unquote, epic quest chains, like Whirlwind Axe, like how Rock Delar is, give people a quote unquote epic quest for like a staff while leveling, and it gives you like 15 intellect at level 20, something like that. Crazy. That's super nice. Or like, you know, put like an epic ring quest in for melee, just like super high like strength. Kind of like how Seal of Rin is a great example. Seal of Rin is a great example of a quote unquote epic quest. More of that. I love that. Quest drop in Dead Mines, continues to Stockades, go do a bunch of stuff, go to South Shore, do this like you go back to Stormwind, you turn in like silk and some shit, you kill a named mob, boom, you get a ring. That kind of quest, more of that while leveling, I think would be fantastic. And they should just have somebody whose job it is to make like 40 of those quests and just put them in the world. Different levels, different factions, different races. Literally just hire one person to do that. I think that'd be fantastic. Ah. Crescent Staff is a bit like that. Yeah, I think that Crescent Staff is just a dungeon quest in my head, but it does have some like pre-quests. Something like an epic quest to me is Isha Awak. That is an epic quest where you have a quest that spans 10 levels and you've finished it, and your apex item is pretty solid. Varigan's Fist. Yep. Whirlwind Axe, Fire Chain Hauberk for Warrior. The Warriors have some great class quests. Rogue Poison Quest is pretty interesting. I think that there should be more class quests on the journey for people. Like, I think Fear Ward, as an example, should have a quest chain tied to it. You shouldn't just get it. Same thing with like the Night Elf or the human version. Like Desperate Prayer should have like a full chain. You shouldn't just go to your vendor. You shouldn't just go to the trainer and have a level 40 mount as a paladin. It should be a long quest chain that you do at level 40. You know, that kind of stuff, in my head,
What can I do for you?
that should all be like
Hey there.
quests.
See you around.
Totem quests. Yeah.
Need help?
Ah, shit, I should not have hearth. I should have hearth, not done that. Alright, I'm back, boys. You know what I would like them to do? I would like more dungeons in the game. I don't know if that's reasonable.
Well met.
King's honor, friend.
Or like lower level like world bosses. Is that silly?
The
Hello.
Alliance.
Put in like a level 20 world boss.
Farewell.
Good day to you.
That's a bit silly. What would be the point? Put it, make a level 20, make a level 20 world boss, and if anyone engages it over level 25, they die. They just get death aura'd. Sure, that's gimmicky though. Why not level faster? What do you mean? It's not about leveling faster. Gimmicky? I was gonna say high levels will camp it. Yeah, exactly. It would have to be like... I think that could be interesting. 20 might be a bit too early. That's when a lot of people are doing their first dungeon ever. Yeah, it could be like level 25, 30. It's cool as long as it's optional. Yeah, I mean, it would just give you an item to level with. It wouldn't be like an end game item. Or make it a raid quest and tie it to a raid. So you can't get the quest at high levels. Yeah, but people would kill it. Yeah, but leveling is fast anyways. Why do it? Because it's new stuff, man. It's just cool. Just like, I don't think that this is... I don't think that this is... So there's two different, I guess, ways to play. You could rush to 60. You could rush to 60. That's definitely a way you could play. Or you could not rush to 60. And I think what I'm trying to say is that there should be opportunities for you to experience things that are new in Classic Plus while leveling. And it's not necessarily that you have to do it, but like it would take you away from the speed leveling rested XP route and go try something new. That's kind of... That's kind of what I'm saying. Looking forward to something in any level range is always fun. And this is classic, so even more so. Like, imagine, okay, imagine this. Well, it's not just for fun. Imagine this. There's a raid quest at level 30. Level 38. Let's put it at level 40, actually. Let's say there's a raid quest at level 40. They added like an extra uncovered tunnel in Uldaman, outside of Uldaman. And there's a massive stone golem there. And it's scaled such that it's combat for like 10 to 15 level 40 characters. And if you kill it, it drops a loot that's equivalent to level 50 gear, requires level 40. So you get like a Kang's decapitator kind of weapon, or you get some dagger or whatever. It doesn't matter. It could have a loot table that's randomized based on like one. There's like maybe 3 items drop, and then you know there's 3 different tables: one caster, one physical, one whatever. But only warrior really cares about gear like that leveling. It's not true. Put a wand in, and priests really care. Priest, mage, warlock love wands. Warrior loves two-handers. Put a bow or or a gun in, and hunters love that. Put in some really tanky chest piece for like plate users right at level 40. They'd love that shit. You know what I mean? There's so much shit that they could do, and make the items look cool, right? A visibly interesting looking newer model. Oh my god, people would eat that shit up, bro. A cool looking hat at level 40. Oh, dude, people would wear that shit to level 60. It doesn't even have to be a transmog, just make it really cool looking. It can't just be gear drops. There has to be things that people can't skip. You should be able to skip whatever you want to in the game. There should be no mandatory content. I don't think there should be anything mandatory about anything they add in. That's cooked. But the thing I hate the most about development that I've seen is being forced to do something that I don't want to do. Add low-level trinkets. That's a great idea too. I think low-level trinkets is a great idea, and that's something you could add into like level 25, 30 quest. Add in like one trinket, or even a raid boss that drops like trinkets around level 30. Everybody would want them. That's a great idea too. Or like low-level helmets. You know, stuff like make a level 19 quest, level 20 quest or whatever, and give a helmet reward. And you see some dude walking around in Duskwood with a helmet, you're like, wait a second, that's the raid helmet. That's the boss helmet. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, this stuff is like interesting. It's just interesting. How difficult should the boss be? It should just be scaled to 10 people. Make it like Dracasath. It doesn't have to be complicated. Classic WoW isn't complicated. Make it like Dracasath in Ubers, if you were level 60, right? So you need a tank with a shield, and you need 2 to 3 healers, and some random DPS, and you can kill the boss. Just a tank and spank, but scale it to 10 people, you know, and give it a leash range so you can't kite it. Or put it in a enclosed location, and the door closes when you engage it. You know, stuff like that. And that kind of stuff, the whole point is to just give new content to the journey and bring the focus away from endgame. That's one thing that I want them to do. I want them to enhance the leveling journey and make it less about speeding through it and more about to see what differences they've added 1 to 60. And that's your first experience with Classic Plus, should be exploring the new content that they've added throughout the game that helps bridge the gaps between like grinding quests or like grinding so you don't have to grind as much, help experience new items that you haven't done, new quests you haven't done, find out new locations you haven't been to, all this stuff. And I think that is really, really, really important to me for Classic Plus. More non-combat things to do. I agree. I actually think that there should be a more established profession system for every profession. It should be more interesting. At least I think gathering professions are fine, but like tailoring, blacksmithing, leatherworking, add quests to them, even quests that are like long, like epic sort of quests that give XP. It doesn't matter. It should give XP, honestly. I think they need XP debt for that. I think XP debt is not a good idea.
Need help?
The way I understand what you're saying, leveling debt being like some sort of like mechanism that stops you from getting XP as fast, or I don't know about. I think if they wanted to make the leveling slower, they should just lower mob XP slightly. But I don't think that they should. I don't think that XP should be slowed down. I think it's fine. I think 1 to 60 being a 7-day /play journey on average is great. I think that's a good ground for people to, like, 150 hours. Like, that's a good amount of time to get to level 60. And that's just the start of the game, right? Like, that's not even all of the game. That's just, like, the journey before you hit endgame, like, gearing, raiding, professions, like, maybe if you didn't do it during leveling, all this stuff. One important reason people rush 60 at fresh is to get ahead in economy. It would be cool to make low-level gold farms somewhat viable. It's always going to be true that if you level faster, you're going to have an advantage. And I don't think there's any way you can get around that. Because let's say they launch a classic fresh, you're not going to try to do low-level farming methods because guess what? There's 100 people around you. Would you be fine with gated professions like sod for leveling? Gated professions like sod for leveling? What does that mean? Professions are gated by levels already. Progression. No. No. Definitely not. Not at all. I don't think there should be any limitations to your how much time you could put in or what level you can get to. Just release the game entirely right away. As much as I think level lock is interesting, I don't think it's good. I think it shrinks the world when you do that. It's very arbitrary too.
See you later.
Are you pro a low level being able to have 300 professions?
Need help?
Yeah, but a low level being like a level 55, like sure. The way that it currently is, you can't really get like 300 without farming thorium or farming runecloth, and that stuff's in the 50s. It's like I'm fine with it. It doesn't bother me if someone's 300 professions. Level 10? Yeah, I think that's silly. I think that you should have minimum level requirements to progress like it exists, right? Like there's a reason why tailoring 300 requires level 35. It's because they have cooldowns that are very OP. You shouldn't be able to have a level 1 alt with 300 professions. It would be way too broken. What are you saving light leather for other than goggles? I don't know. Should be even higher. I kind of agree, but the 35 is fine. I think it could go to 40, but like 35 is a level that you may get capped to 225, and then you wouldn't be able to train based on levels, and that kind of sucks. For like the actual players that leveled professions, imagine if you're mining at level 30 and you hit 225, you go to the trainer, and you can't train it up. Now that's crazy, to be honest. Like getting 225 mining or herbalism, I think realistically the only example would be skinning. Skinning is probably the only one where you can get 225 early. I think 40 is fine, but like why change it, you know? At the same time, why are we raising that? Is our profession alts really that crazy? Someone levels an alt to 35 and then spends the resources. Is that too breaking? Is leveling is going from level 35 to 40 going to stop those people? No, not really. What's the difference in investment? It's a couple of hours. Assuming they're getting boosted or something. So I think it's important to like... Character titles for leveling achievements. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, secondary professions are weird. Secondary professions you can get as high as you can until you get to like a quest. Like you can get cooking, I'm pretty sure, to 225 at level 20. Same with fishing, 225. Something like archaeology. I'm not a big archaeology fan. I've never really been an archaeology guy. I did it when it first came out, and then I never did it ever again. You know? Like when Cataclysm had it, I did it, and then I never touched it ever again. Ever.
Honored friend. Be careful.
You know, I don't think it's great. I don't really like archaeology. I just don't like it as a profession. I think it feels too I don't know how to call this. Too much of a mini game. The way that they implemented it. Still playing TBC? Yeah, I'm still playing TBC, but I'm definitely raid logging. Also, what the hell is this copper vein up here? Can I even get there? I know it sounds expensive, but I would love narration for NPCs. Oof. I think that narration wouldn't harm the game in any way. But I feel like it's a lot of work for the effort. Like, it's a lot of work for the amount of gain it adds. I was going to say, too, though, like, when you first mentioned that, I was going to say, like, you could have an AI do it. It's an add-on, yeah. Yikes. Uh-oh. My bad. I said the word. Just wait until you hear about mob AI.
How are you? Safe travels. See you later.
Hello.
No, my
Safe
torrent...
travels. You need
My torrent did not
something.
die.
Still around.
I think there should be faster flight paths, so you don't have to fly 8 minutes to get to a spot. I hard disagree. This is what I'm talking about with how people suggest things based on convenience for their own sake. This is how most suggestions are for Classic Plus or whatever. It's like, why do you want faster flight paths? It definitely on surface on the surface level, faster flight paths aren't really bad and you have more gameplay. But it messes with the balance of how large the world is based on your perception of travel speed across the world. So it shrinks the world. Because the only thing you have to reference like world size is travel speed.
Farewell. Safe travel.
And
Be careful.
it also gets rid of that like break. So everything's always on. It's kind of nice to like have a cinematic break and fly around. That's one problem that I actually have with Monsters and Memories. Is like there's no kind of natural baked-in breaks because you can't auto-fly or path to something. You have to run there manually, everything. Everything's always manual. And while that's not necessarily bad all the time... Oh man, I never turned in Princess Must Die. It's kind of nice that WoW has those built-in breaks where it's like, okay, here's a little break. Med breaks exist while soloing. Yeah, I'm playing a fighter, so I don't solo.
Light be with you.
What can I do for you?
What do you feel about getting XP for gathering ore and herbs?
Have a good one.
I don't think it's a bad idea necessarily, because it would influence people to value professions in their journey. But I think it would have to be a small amount of XP. As to not turn the leveling meta into like smelt spamming or like craft spamming. But I think like picking a node could give you XP.
Safe travels.
And then let's say crafting an item could give you XP, but make it from a quest. I think what they could do is instead of baking an XP to crafting, they should make quests like one-time quests. Say you're level 20 and they give you a crafting chain. You get a crafting quest chain at level 20, and that, you know, has you're a blacksmith. Let's say you have a blacksmith, and you make 2 copper items: copper pants, copper helmet, copper pants, copper chest. You turn it into the guy, you get 1k XP. He gives you a next quest. Make me a sword. You make him a sword, you turn it in, you get 1k XP. And then he gives you another quest. You do that. It's kind of like the armor smithing quests. The armor smithing quests are actually very fucking good, but nobody does them because they're so high in blacksmithing, and the requirements are so ridiculous. Like, make 5 helmets, 5 shoulders, 5 legs for a recipe. That's it. Then a slight amount of XP. I think they should be easier to do, and then the requirements for those items should be relatively low so that people feel obligated, or not obligated, feel rewarded for valuing their professions in their journey. Right now, I feel like there's a very small group of people that maintains professions all the way to level 300, or all the way to level 60. I feel like it's just a nice thing. To engage with professions is engaging with the world more. I feel like rewarding that with XP is pretty reasonable.
Safe
Well met.
travels.
Go with honor, friend.
Wish you could level through PvP. See, I think leveling through PvP is one of those things where, like, I think you should be able to do it if you want to an extent. You shouldn't only be able to PvP to level 60. In my opinion, you should not only be able to level through PvP. I think that you should have the opportunity to maybe have PvP quests, but PvP as it is battlegrounds. And battlegrounds are repetitive instanced content. Now, albeit you are interacting with other players in that instanced content, but it takes people away from the world and into instances. And I don't think that anything should cater towards that, in the sense that you shouldn't be promoting people to level in an instanced version of the world. If in this case, you had to go to, like, let's say you had to go to Ashenvale to then queue to Warsong, and then you could do, like, you could XP, like, I don't know, from something related, not necessarily from the Warsong, but like, say, some quest chain that brought you to Warsong Gulch. Interesting. Okay, dungeons. Yeah, I mean, you're saying that, but I haven't talked about dungeons in a long time. So no dungeons. So my take on dungeons is I think that dungeon XP should be massively reduced. Not to say that you can't do dungeons, but that dungeons should be a place for you to get gear and lean into that. So dungeons being a gear related upgrade for your character, not necessarily a place where you're leveling up. So, like, and this is something you could do with PvP and have more easily obtainable leveling rewards from PvP. I don't think that capping it once a day is a good system. I think that's lazy, and that inhibits the way that people play the game. Daily cap is inherently restrictive in design, and I don't think anything should be restrictive. Now, in my opinion, two things should happen. XP divided by, or like, is 1/3 or 1/4 current values. To say that you can spam dungeons if you really wanted to, and you would get some XP, but it's not meaningful. And then you increase dungeon quests XP by 2 to 3 times. So 2x or 3x. So you're incentivized to go visit a dungeon once and see it and do the quests and engage with the quests. Which often have prereqs, and you're doing extra things that you wouldn't do, like doing the outside stuff for dead mines. And then 3, buff dungeon items. If anyone's familiar with TBC itemization in dungeons, look at this. TBC, we're just going to do side by side, okay? This is what TBC is. So this is TBC on the left and classic on the right. Serpent shoulders. Serpent shoulders, okay? This is what happened in TBC, where they added items that were nearly pointless in Classic, and they made them meaningful in TBC dungeons. And I would want more versions like this, like Fang. So, like, what has changed here? I think it was, yeah. So look at this. See this chest piece? This chest piece was kind of bad. Okay, this was kind of cooked. In TBC, it's not as cooked. Like this kind of thing, right? Where you're making gear that's just more meaningful from dungeons. That's too much of a buff? No, I don't think so. I don't think it's too much of a buff. I think it incentivizes you to slow down because you're not getting a lot of XP. So you're making the conscious decision. Do I sacrifice XP because it's 1/4 the value? yeah, your dungeon quest for 1x, like you do one run, you're gonna get equivalent XP. This is the goal, right? From my perspective, there's two things, right? If you do one dungeon of each one, let's say you do one Wailing Caverns, the XP will be identical. Okay? If you just do one, you're getting the same amount of XP because you're doing dead mines, or you're doing quests, and you're losing the mob XP, but you're getting more dungeon quest XP. But if you're doing 2, 3, 4 Wailing Caverns, your XP is like, right, divided by 2 here, and then it's like divided by 2.5. You're not getting nearly as much. You know, you see what's happening, right? So dungeon spamming for items isn't necessarily positive XP. So it's opting into being a more geared character versus leveling quicker. And that's what I like about dungeons. I think that they should lean into dungeons being a place where you can upgrade your gear, but at the cost of XP. Punishing a player for doing content isn't the way it should go. Right, but this isn't punishing. This isn't punishing. You're getting better gear at the exchange for less XP. It's not a punishment. A punishment would just be reduce XP, don't change anything. In the same way that this also promotes world play instead of dungeon play, which if they didn't touch anything about dungeons, dungeon is going to be meta. So they need to do something. Gear would have to be really, really good for this to make sense. I think that's fine. That gear would be changed in a few levels. Right, but if you look at the way that TBC gear is, that dungeon gear is very relevant for the next 10 plus levels. Look at the TBC gearing. It's insane. It's really good.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground.
There's like spellcaster gear in early levels. Look at like Buzzer Blade. Right? Imagine getting this dagger on a level 16 rogue in classic versus in TBC. Look how massive this 14 fucking DPS. It drops like almost every run, right? This is TBC. This is classic here. This is TBC. Right? So it's basically like a cruel barb, but it's a dagger. Like, holy shit, that's crazy. What druid? What is that name? What is the name of the dude? I'm gonna have to do this. So, like this. Okay, let's just look at some gear items. Look at this. Look at the difference. This is a big deal. Right? Venom Strike, I think, is the same. It's way higher DPS, actually. Holy shit. It's way more meaningful. Okay? So we have that. Serpent Gloves. Nothing. Serpent Gloves here. 7 spell damage, 6 intellect. Insane! It's so good. Right? It's so insane. And then you have Footpads of the Fang. 6 agi, 6 strength. Or 6 agi, 6 stam. Versus 4 agi, 4 stam. Insane boots. These here, mail boots, 6 stam, 9 stam. It's so much better. Definitely too much. I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't think it's too much. I don't think it's too much. You guys, these items are good, but getting stats, I can tell you this firsthand. Getting this kind of stat upgrade is not as big as you might think it is. As someone who has leveled characters with agility enchants and not, like, the difference your gear actually makes is somewhat small in the grand scheme of things. It can help in single combat. Like let's say if you're gonna go fight an elite mob, you're gonna notice it a lot. But if you're just leveling, your actual leveling speed isn't that impacted. It's more about power of your character. Your character is just a little bit more powerful, and it's more fun having that kind of gear. Specifically, warriors and rogues are probably most reliant on gear, and they'll feel the most out of that kind of stuff. But like a caster getting a 7 spell damage upgrade isn't really going to make or break your character's experience. It'll just be a small chip increase on every single spell you do for the rest of time. And so that's my take on dungeons. Again, that's one thing that I would do to get people to not necessarily stop doing dungeons because of arbitrary restrictions, like say one dungeon a day, but to actually fix the issue with people being in dungeons permanently, which is not existing in the world. So dungeon farming is fun and gearing is really fun, but grinding a dungeon for 1/4 XP of open world is not. It's not it's not an efficient way of leveling, and so people won't naturally go spam dungeons. They may do 1 or 2, maybe 3 runs, hoping to get some good loot. And I think that's kind of how it should be. You shouldn't be doing necessarily, you can, but like the general go-to shouldn't be doing, 100 runs of Scarlet Monastery. That just shouldn't be the go-to playstyle, in my opinion. Maybe do 10 to just like get your gear if you want it. Yeah, you're going out of your way to do that. You're not really gaining that much XP, but you got a cool set and that was your goal. And that's cool too. And that's one thing that I want people to be able to do. If I was a developer, I would want people to be able to have goals based around dungeons that are not restricted because of an arbitrary, you can only run once a day. And that's why I think my version of dungeon restriction or dungeon change is better than just flat restriction. I think flat restriction is very easy, but it's very lazy. Very easy, but very lazy. Because it doesn't actually fix the problem. It just limits players from playing a way they don't want them to. And I think that's a core problem with development. Like, I don't think that if you ever have to develop something because players are playing in a way that wasn't necessarily intended, I think it's very important to understand why they're playing that way and fix the why, not just tell them they can't. I think that's lame as fuck, and I think that's really lazy. Like, that's my take on it all. Planning any cool or solo group challenges as the rogue? I don't really know. I'm just kind of vibing. Giving options to the player how to level and play the game will always be the correct way to go in this case. I'd rather do dungeons and have fun and lose a couple hours getting to 60 than questing to get there as fast as possible. And person B would do the opposite, even though buffed gear, and that's fine. Exactly, right? Exactly. And it's like, yeah, I spent an extra 12 hours played leveling because I did a lot of dungeons, but my character was really strong and I enjoyed that. Like, boom, great, fantastic. And giving the players those options is really important to me. You quit on your Tauren to join Zaryu? I felt like when I stopped playing Tauren, I felt like I was really behind everybody. Like, people were literally level 60 on the Tauren. And so I kind of wanted to play a race that was less saturated. Like right now, the highest level on is level 37, 36, 36, 35, 33. Right, so you see, like, that's kind of the reason I went Gnome. Because it feels more like I can catch up. How do I type in Gnomish? Slash a nod.
Good.
I'd say the only issue with incentivizing dungeon grinding is it reduces population of shared world. Yeah, but Crimson, I'm not incentivizing dungeon grinding to level. I'm shifting the perspective of dungeons away from leveling locations into pseudo gear farming locations. That is what my take on dungeons is. I'm not incentivizing it. I'm actually directly disincentivizing levelers to go to dungeons in a form of searching for XP. You can go do dungeons, but like you're gonna go have to do quests after you're finished because you didn't get that much XP. My bad. Also somewhat combats against boosts in dungeons. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. Basically, you want everyone doing every dungeon once for XP, and then some rogue farming DM a couple more times for Cruel Barb. I do think doing dungeons once is a great playstyle, but you don't have to do it. What I'm saying is that I want dungeons to be appealing to do at least once, which would be the dungeon XP bonus, right? If you're speed leveling, you would do it once, which is already what you would do with the current situation. The most optimal way is you would do each dungeon once. And I think that's fun. I think that's a good way to do it because it gets you in like group content that's relatively efficient XP-wise. Now, I do think that the gear should be appealing enough to be willing to sacrifice your / played time to have a chance at getting some really impactful item. And so I would say my goal with dungeons would be for in each person's journey, 1 to 60, they would do however many dungeons they feel like doing once, where they don't really care about the gear, and then doing, you know, maybe 1 or 2 or a couple dungeons repetitively in search of an item. Maybe like 2 or 3 runs of that dungeon, you know? Not a ton of runs, but enough to like kind of, you know, search for that item and get that sort of like Prebis kind of farm feel. Because I don't think it's necessarily that, yeah, it's not necessarily always just about like the actual gear's value in the whole journey. It's like getting an item that's really strong for that level. This is like very cool. It's only worth it if you can't get an item as good for 10 levels in questing. Yeah, that's how it should be. It should be items that are like that strong. What if they designed dungeons around story and only being able to do once? Like you kind of like, you killed Edwin Van Cleef, can't do it again. I think that's an interesting idea. That's definitely interesting. I think the problem that you get with that is realistically, you're not the only person that is playing this game. And the way that is like, you were the guy to kill in the story, right? Think about the story. You were the guy to kill Edwin Van Cleef. Oh shit, I should not have looted that. I'll use it though. And I don't really like that. I don't really like the idea that in any given situation you were the reason why XYZ person is no longer around, or like that kind of storytelling exists in retail, and everyone's the guy. Everyone's the guy who took down XYZ bad guy for the expansion. I was him. And I just think, you know, yeah, you're not that guy, pal. I think there's something to be said. There's something to be said about the storylines in this game, that they're not that grandiose. It's like you're literally killing rats in a fucking mine and retrieving a box for some random guy, and you get some random piece of cloth. And I think that's good. I think that's a good thing, because you shouldn't be that guy unless you're like level 60 doing like raid kind of shit. You really just shouldn't be that guy. You're level 13. Like, come on. Who do you think you are? James Bond? You're James Bond to fucking Loch Modan? Like, come on, bro. It wouldn't be like you're the only one to kill them. That's nowhere in WoW and wasn't intended to be implied. It'd be like each character only has any business doing one journey from the random mine. I see what you're saying, and you would like tie items to quests instead of the drops. Your gnome is balding hard. Yeah, I'm role-playing like an 80-year-old gnome, balding, and I'm just like this old man thief. Amp Rampy, it's the same. Either or.
Very good. Talk to me. Watch your back. Off with you.
Wait, I don't think I should have taken that. Just vendor it. Whatever all the hardcore Max boys are up to these days. A lot of them actually are playing on Troll. I want to get a couple more boar meats for my journey. 3 more boar meats gets me to 50 cooking. I could just get eggs from Darkshore, but I want to cross this off my list. Maybe I ding level 14 real quick. 14, go train, then we'll go level 14 to Darkshore, all the way to 20 maybe. 18 at least. When I'm in town, I need to train mining so I can get past 75. Might be a while since I'm at a trainer. we go. Maybe an extra one for the road. Nice. There's a mining trainer in Aberdeen. Really? I think you're right. You were right. Hmm. Can't skin squirrels? What kind of game is this?
Great to meet you. Off with you.
Alright, I'm just gonna cook this here instead of buying more stuff.
I've the finest wares in the land.
I'll sell back to Flint and Tinder. Sweet.
Safe travels.
You know, I should actually smelt my copper before I get any higher so that I can get some... I can min-max my mining levels. Smelt this up real quick. And then we're gonna go grind to level 14. What is that, like 10 mob kills? Something like that. So I can train. Then I'll go Dark Shore to... I kind of like going to Dark Shore late. Dark Shore at level 14 feels great as a melee character. Because you start off and you kill level 10s, and it's just, you just smash them, dude. I think a big part of why SM gets spammed through the 30s and 40s is the quest density falls off. Yeah. Yeah, it's also a massive dungeon people can spam, and it has pretty decent loot. So you don't really hit lockout. I definitely am pro new leveling zones. Oh shit, who's this fine Gnome? Sheesh. I refuse a quest, I mob grind or dungeon spam. See, that's right there is why I want people to be able to do dungeons if they wanted to. And I don't like, that's why I don't like limiting people like one per day. It's so arbitrary. Let people just blast, man. Whatever they find the most fun. Shouldn't be playing like the fun police. Okay, that's nice, man. I will say the gnome, the rogue. I mean, the rogue is performing well against lower level mobs. It feels so good, just like warrior. I'm not surprised. It's probably why they have you go do Elwyn Forest. I've done that opener on Warrior a couple of times as well. Hell yeah, boys, level 14. Let's go into dodge.
Here there.
You get lucky and get Cruel Barb, it isn't too bad earlier, but the lack of melee weapons from that 20 to 40 range is tough. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, on my Warrior, I'm used to just running, like, scuffed weapons all the way to level 30, even, like... I mean, in my Warrior speedrun, I'm literally using vendor weapons all the way up to, like, level 40. It's kind of how it just goes. In Classic, there really isn't that many good weapons. What time do you get on Warrior? I think on Frontier, I got 3 days, 20 hours. 3 days, 25 hours, 20 to 4 days, 1 hour, something like that. The melee problem, but I love... Oh yeah, with the lack of weapons. Love leveling Rogue, but hate the prospect of having difficulty finding groups in the late game. See, that's what's nice about the Gnomes, is they have to take me. They have to. What are they going to do? Bring another mage? I don't think so. Guys, I'm going to go crazy. I'll be the king of all CC. I'll sap everything. I'll cheap shot everything. Everything's stunned and kicked and gouged and slowed and crippling, and I vanish, evasion tank it. Don't mess with the Rogue, guys. 5 Rogue group? Yeah. You know, Rogue can also solo a lot of things using, like, bridges. I bet I could solo Dead Mines if I really wanted to. The same way that Hunter can solo it. 6 months ago, Rogues are rats. Rogues are statistically rats. I'm playing a rat right now. I still stand by that. People who main Rogues, I'm like...
Hi, you're a tall one. Often
long term,
Can I help you?
certain type of person. They really are, man.
Off and away.
I feel like I should buy a sword. Wait, this guy has this... What am I doing?
You need something?
What?
Be careful.
Why was that in my guide? Wait, why am I going back to Stormwind?
Hey! Making a special purchase? You have a great day now.
Westfall. I was expecting to do Darkshore. Darkshore is... You hate Darkshore? Darkshore is insane, bro. I'm surprised I'm not going there already. I've done this route, though. Doing an early Westfall isn't terrible. For melee... For Warrior, I even did a Westfall 16 to 17. You can do it. Depends what I'm doing in Westfall. I wonder what the vendor weapons are like. Get a new weapon at 16. Hammer at 16. Or a sword at 14. I could scimitar it with 8.7 DPS main hand. It's pretty nice. I think I'm gonna do that. This guy in the vendor here. Fight a skimmy. Recap the last 3 minutes. I had ads. Brother. I don't think I talked. I don't think I said anything. I was reading Discord, so you didn't miss out on anything.
See you later.
Scimitar.
Do you need help? For the Alliance.
Little slicer. You just wanted to complain about ads? My first mage died to Harpy Cave and Thousand Needles. Second mage died to Murlocs. Third died in Western Plaguelands. After that I gave up. Jesus, dude. That is a brutal track record. But that's how most people go, man. AoE mage is fun, but it's hard. Chat, welcome to join. Yeah, definitely. The guild is usually pretty full. So just make sure you're playing self-found mode. Make sure you're self-found mode and hardcore, and you're good to go. Obviously, you're hardcore if you're playing on the server, but...
Hello.
Playing on Skull Rock. Train mining. Shit! Crap. You guys think I can even afford it? I only have 4 silver. Vendor some stuff. Train better bandage. Oh, true. Oh my god, man. I'm just doing a whole loop. Second loop of Stormwind real quick. Yo,
What
good
can I
morning,
do for
Liz.
ya? Safe travels.
Check, can we get some people flowers for Liz?
You got my attention.
Ooh.
Hey, good.
People flowers for everybody. All around. Oh, nope. You're banned. Rest in peace, my boy Snacky. Glorp flower. That's a good one. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Did you check WoWhat if that hairstyle was BIS for Gnome Rogue next phase? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was on my long-term BIS. It's not best until Blackwing Lair, but after Blackwing Lair, this vibe is pretty nice. Like imagine you have the Bone Scythe mask and you're balding.
King's honor, friend. Farewell.
Greetings.
Can't afford. Oh, there we go.
Light bless you.
Well met.
They put this, dude, they put this region vendor in here because they knew somebody would walk out here, not have the money to train, and then they'd vendor to this guy. They knew it. They knew it. They knew it. They fucking knew it. God, they're geniuses, bro. No, I'm an M, no gym, and done with work. Wait, you're done with work? Are you up? I go to the gym. You woke up an hour ago. Yeah, go to the gym. calling me fat? No, you just said no gym, but that doesn't mean there has to be no gym. I went to the gym. I did an ab workout and a little mile. I'm trying to go even on the rest days to do like a small workout. Not necessarily like go crazy, failure, everything, but just stay active. Because I find that on non-gym days, if I don't go to the gym, I just don't do anything. I just sit down all day. You want me to go alone? What? I'm streaming.
Greetings. Be careful. Need help? Go with honor, friend.
So I did like... Actually, I did elliptical today. I did elliptical, but I fucking cranked up the resistance to like 15. And I did like 10 minutes. That was brutal, by the way. That was fucking difficult. But it felt great. What is this? Stormfall squeeze? Liz, what do you want me to do? I'm streaming. Oh, you know what I did too? I went to the store and I got more chicken thighs, broccoli, and cauliflower. And I tested a recipe that I want to make for you. And it's just one sheet pan, broccoli, cauliflower, and chicken thighs, seasoned, of course. And you just put it in the oven for 20 minutes, 450, pull it out, and it's just done. Everything's done. You just played it right there. It was so good, honestly. I have like 2 little leftover portions. I get it, you think I'm fat, I need to... Brother, when did I say that? When did I say that? What about what I said? Sounds like the most basic shit. It is the most basic shit, but it was great, you know? Sometimes simple is good. What I liked about it is it wasn't complex at all. It didn't have nearly any prep time, and it was healthy, whole foods that tasted great. What else could you possibly want in a meal? Boom. So you think she's simple? Oh, so you think she's simple, huh? Is that what you said? Oh, I see what you're saying. Chat, you're trying to rage bait me. It's so fucking annoying, man. Add lemon juice? Whoa, whoa. No. First of all, no. Add lemon juice. Okay, this is where you start getting into the territory of can't be fucked. Can't be fucked. The whole point, chat, is to make it simple and easy so that I can do it when I get back from the gym and put 0 effort in and have a tasty meal. I don't want to be buying fucking lemons and squeezing lemons over my shit. CB fucking A. Oh, so you don't want to put an effort? Okay. They sell bottled lemon juice? Oh, shit. Guys, I'm actually dead. What the fuck? I'm out of here. I had to find a level 12, level 10 mob. There we go, level 11. That's right up my fucking alley. My sword skill is way too low to be fighting any real mobs. Let me garrote too. Shit on my bars. Boom. Slice and dice. I'm actually gonna put this guy in my offhand for a minute. We'll just keep him in offhand and level up the skill like that, because I think then I can kill mobs still. Deserved for making me want dog food. For wanting to make me dog food. Oh man. I'm just owned. Sorry guys. Try to do something nice in this household. Don't let her get away with that, chat. I literally made stuffed fucking shells at 1 a.m. 2 days ago. It took me an hour. Fucking dog food. You're making me dog food. Chat, I have to be right back. Stream break. Stuffed shells, so you put them in sauce and you heated them up. Yeah, okay. Stuffed fucking shells. So I got turkey and I ground the turkey by hand, and then I fucking put that in the pan. Browned the turkey meat. Put the sauce in the pan. Now you have meat sauce with some turkey. And then I made the mixture for the cheese from all the different cheeses. Hand shredded, mozzarella, Parmesan, ricotta, an egg. Mixed it up. Fucking boiled the pasta. Spread the pasta. Stuffed the pasta. Fucking. And then I lined them up in the dish with the sauce. Put a sauce over them. Put cheese over them. Put it in the oven. Took them out of the oven. There's so many steps, man. Are you okay? I'm great. What do you stuff it with? The fucking gabagool. I just found it funny that you had to test the recipe before. Yeah, because I wasn't sure it was going to be a good recipe. I just felt like I just wasn't sure how the chicken would turn out. I've never like one panned it before with like vegetables and chicken on a pan. I've only baked chicken by itself, then the veggies on a different pan. So I just didn't know how it would turn out. Ampy's the kind of guy that looks at PB&J and says, "Fuck that, too many steps." Okay. Okay. Now, I don't know why I'm getting roasted for wanting simple meals. I don't know why I'm getting roasted in my chat right now, guys. At fucking 3 a.m. in the morning on a random Wednesday, I'm getting roasted by no-life Europeans who are... You guys are supposed to be fucking working, okay? You guys are supposed to be working right now. Lock in, man. Don't you have a meeting soon? I go to the corner store every day and pick up fresh meals, and I cook it all. Dude, I didn't fucking ask, man. Whoa, I'm from Michigan. Okay, that's my bad. That's my bad. Ooh, guys, that's a second tiger's eye. I can make some guggles. Why are you Euro hating? I'm not. That's just the demographic right now. It's 3 a.m. for me, so it's mostly like Europeans and very early morning NA dads. If you're up at 6 a.m., either you're a complete degenerate about to go to sleep, or you just woke up for a job and you're shitposting from your fucking phone. Either way, you guys deserve to be called freaks. Or we just got off of work. Yeah, exactly. Or you're European or Australian and you're working. Streamer saying, aren't you supposed to be working? Says the guy streaming at 3 a.m. Guys, I'm night shift. What do you guys want? What do you want? I'm out of mana. Guys, it's I woke up at 6 p.m., went to the gym, made dinner, walked the dog, took a shower, started stream. That's the life, man. Ampy on TRT. What the fuck is TRT? You're banned. Why no cam? Wasn't feeling it today. Trying to just vibe. Bring back old Ampy. Why am I dead to a single dog? Dude, I don't know why I'm doing Westfall right now. This shit is cooked. Westfall sucks, man. And people wore a WoW shirt to the gym and this guy was like, oh, you're a WoW player? Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, that is actually true. I wore the Hogger shirt. I was like, oh, you play WoW? Is that a WoW shirt you play? What faction do you play? So, yeah, I'm a WoW player. Bussy boy, get the fuck away from my tin vein. Sir, this is your last warning. I'm sorry. It was my family's territory. No proximity chat? Proximity chat with random viewers sounds like a recipe for a ban. Especially a male night elf called Demon Vane. That guy has said some racist shit in his past, I guarantee it. Male Night Elf Warrior dual wield. Yeah, that guy's freaky. Haven't we all? The old days of fucking crazy shit. Guys, we are grown-ups now. We've moved past that. Where did Savix go? Savix is a dwarf. Boom. Liz, you woke up at 2? Do you want to play Monsters and Memories today, this afternoon? Let's say something in the chat so that when people wake up, they can see it. Why are you feeling devious, General? Why are you devious right now? What are you doing? This man is rubbing his hands together live in the Twitch chat. He's planning on something, guys. What is he doing? This man is wilding out. The poke the boar. Boom! Going for another one. Here we go. Ready? And poke his ass. Wait, why am I dead? Okay, now we're good. He's planning on ordering a factor box code. Factor box using your code? Oh my, that's very devious. Let's go, W. Gosh, I just don't know if this quest is going to be doable, guys. The red leather bandanas, that shit is cooked. Every mob is dead. Oh, there's trappers, actually. Extra snout. Alright, probably swap our sword to the main hand now. No more backstabberinos. Yo, Paco, good morning, man. Good morning, Paco. Not in the fellowship. Elf mommy. I don't think I should be even skinning these. My inventory is way too freaking full for this shit, dude. The Robadin. What a name. Bro, these dwarves, oh my god, I almost deleted that. Ah! What do I delete? There we go. Made a character to join your epic adventure for Ragnaros. Hell yeah, man. If you have a free trial, I don't know if you could get to 60 though. Can you even free trial Classic? Playing retail WoW?
What can I do for you?
Wow, that did not really clear up my inventory now, did it?
See you around.
I have one more.
You need something?
Well met. Be careful.
I feel like I only really care to skin high level mobs at this point. I'm talking like level 15 is probably my cutoff. Trying to get medium leather, which means that's all I care about. So if I need to just skin to get to medium leather, which is 20. I'll farm it and then drop it, go NG. Well, we might be able to do this quest after all. Except this is a little sus. Oof. Dude, you backstabbed me? That was uncalled for. The Torn is alive, yeah. That death clip was crazy. Show that clip of him walking off the cliff. I can't tell if that shit was staged or not, bro. It's so hard to tell. I feel like I shouldn't even be stealthing. Now that I can't backstab, it literally doesn't matter. Okay, Sinister Strike is feeling good though, I will say. My DPS is way higher than Warrior. The Sinister Strike hits really hard. What am I doing? Dude, Remorseless Attacks is so sick. Oh my god. Give me a bandana to put on my face. I sap one of these. Bro, I'm just shredding these mobs. It's actually sick. Dude, this guy's playing goalie. Thank you, bro. But this guy's RP character is kind of sick, though. Dude, I don't think I've ever seen... Wait, that weapon is kind of sick. I don't think I've ever seen someone use the Fido Blade. This is from Wetlands. Herbalism required one-hander. It reminds me of the engineering required two-hander from Arathi in the Pirate Cove. There's a couple items like that where they're profession locked. It's a cool idea. They got rid of that real quick, though. People just never used them. First wolf green pouch. Yo, be some grats, man. That pouch is blessing your character, isn't it? Huh? Oh wow, sap takes a ton of energy. I should go over towards Pocket Watch quest, or the whatever the quest is. Dude, wait a second. Rogue kind of feels cracked, by the way. I've like I said, I've never played Rogue leveling. Probably since I don't think I've played it in like ever, actually. And so I always thought it was like scuffed, but it actually feels great so far. I definitely feel squishy compared to a warrior, but my damage output is much higher. It's like noticeable. Feels crowded with good weapons. Yeah, I mean, I'm literally using a vendor weapon. That's cool. I'm excited because this character I'm not super speed running in terms of like 1 to 60, which means I could take some time and go out of my way for weapon upgrades. And I feel like that's I'm gonna feel the impact of that. Rogue feels like playing a warrior where you have control over your damage. That's a good way of putting it. Where like warrior definitely can control their damage by pulling rage and like stacking rage for another mob. But it feels like my on-demand damage is much higher. It's less RNG. Like my Sinister Strike isn't a queue. I can just press 3, 4 Sinister Strikes in a row and just do crazy on-demand. Also, having evasion this early has felt great. I think I can handle those. I'm gonna go, my plan for this, sap, evasion 2, and if I need, I bandage before I break the sap, but I don't think I will need. Wait for my energy tick. Ooh, guys, we got the mask. Let's pop this on. Ooh. Oof. Let's go, dude. That's so sick. I am the bandit. Looking for trappers. Throwing weapons feel good too, actually. Because my weapon swing timer is pretty low, it doesn't even feel like it's a downgrade. So I'm almost feel like I'm weaving. Hold on one sec, guys. I would love to see more items like that mask for other classes at low levels. I don't really think that there's many examples of this. Like, what makes a priest look like a priest? Outside of maybe like a white robe or something. Halo. Halos are like angels. But that's too powerful. Oh, like the hat? Yeah. Holy Shroud, I imagine you're talking about. Or do you mean like White Mane Chapeau? There's two of them. Two that pop up in my head. White Mane Chapeau is more of just like a general caster thing though. Cassandra's Grace. It's kind of a bad one. Like, it just looks like a crown, but it's like taped to your head. Why did I press sprint or stealth? I have no idea. Trapper. One more trapper. I guess I'll just do one more pass of this when I'm done. I'm gonna go grab that quest, I guess. Unless there's a trapper here randomly. Could be. There is. That's nice. Oh damn, dude. I'm getting so many vendorables. Oh man. Bandages to save space. I need 1 space for a heavy if I did that. I guess I could make like 1 baby bandage or 3 baby bandages. Ah, man. I guess I could delete some cheese. Never seen so many greens. I know, that's what I'm saying, bro. They're all weapons, too. It's crazy. I'm pretty sure if I stand right here... Yeah, look at this, doing rogue things. Just rogue things, boys. Ah, shit. Get me out of here. You need all those snapjaws? Yeah, I'm using them to tick eat. I guess I could drop them, worst case, and just rebuy them. Like that. Look at that HP, bro. Okay, you want to see you play Eminem? If I'm streaming long enough and I can just go right into Monsters and Memories, I will. Maybe I'll raid into my alt account or something. It's worth. Oh man, my weapon's breaking, guys. Dude, the rogue is speeding. Maybe we do little dead mines before reset. That would be sick. Maybe we can find a group, guys. If I go at like 16, is that too low for dead mines? Maybe 17. Maybe we could hit a dead mines. How many runs actually do dead mines with the gnomes? Do a 10-man? Nah, we don't need a 10-man. I bet that I could lead a group because I know the strats from like the hardcore cups. If we were like all level 17 to 20, I think we would be fine. It's just a lot of kiting and it's not very quick. Is 4 Nomergon in EU too? No. It's NA only, I think. Shazra is sus, bro. Shazra is the one boss where, like, you want as much DPS as humanly possible for that boss. It's not a boss you want to live long. Same with, like, Lucifron. Your whole group, Greater Arcane Protection Potion. I mean, the problem is self-found, like, you just probably don't have all these recipes across the board. You know, like, normally you just have... The Greater Arcane recipe is annoying to farm. It's from level 60 elites in Winterspring. Isn't it? Or is Arcane from... I think that's Arcane, yeah. The dragons. Wormkin. Okay. I just need one bird meat. Should sharpen my webs. Hey, there we go. Okay. So then we need 3 Murloc eyes, and we're done with that. Wait, there's a node right here. I could be down to just go here now. Turn in vendor. That'd be kind of nice. Or I go repair. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to town and repair. Turn in, repair. Red leather bandanas actually gets me boots. Oh, that's warrior. Normally I get boots. Cloak is decent. 2 agi cloak. I got 5 hops and flask of oil, which means I could turn in the lighthouse and the hops quest and do dry times. If I did dry times, I wish I didn't set my Hearthstone off of Goldshire. I could have set my Hearthstone to Goldshire. I guess I still can. Just go there from here and then Hearth back. It's not that weird. Maybe I'll just go to Stormwind, fly to Red Ridge.
King's honor, friend. For the Alliance.
Nah, it just doesn't work very well. It just doesn't work very well, does it?
You need something? Go with honor, friend.
Is Gnome the hardest race? Yeah, I mean, no healer is the hardest for sure. Could just skip dry times.
What can I do for you? Be careful.
Although I could use it as time to get extra copper.
Looking for something specific?
Wait, this guy doesn't even repair.
Safe travels.
Please tell me the bowyer is a repair guy.
I buy and trade. Looking for something specific? See you around.
Why not for a loon? Night Elf. I feel like that's Shobek's territory right now. Gnome is a different kind of vibe. I'm interested to see if the end game even takes off at all. Shobek is kind of leading the Night Elves to like low level stuff, I feel like. Which is cool. I think it's really cool for the viewers, but I don't know if I really want to do like noob core. That's the noob core is what they ran
Light bless you.
in the add-on days. They ran noob core, which
Go with honor.
was like 10-man raiding, like low level stuff, and it was almost like raids because, right? You'd like do 10-man BFD at level 20. And the mob's like 27, so it's like really hard at level 20. It's kind of cool. It was a cool concept. Did you talk to Czar about hardcore raiding daytime guild / team? You're gonna have to clarify a little bit. Was that something he was talking about? With was a hardcore raid with me? Not on gnomes or on gnomes? Yeah, I'm down. I mean, I think I would be interested possibly in the idea. I kind of mentioned it. So he asked me yesterday about possibly doing like a hardcore guild clear as far as we can go, like to Nax. And I kind of responded back with like a down. What about metacore? Because I think the idea of metacore is interesting, where you play like off meta. Because like just doing hardcore again is something I've done. But like, what if we did off meta, where it's like Pally Tank, unironically embrace Pally Tank, play Shadow Priest, play Boomkin, play Arcane Mage, put a rep Pally in, make Arms Warrior in, play a Sub Rogue, Hemorrhage, you know, Affliction Warlock. It's not that off meta. You know what I mean? But like that kind of shit could be interesting. Survival Hunter, Beastmaster Hunter. And so that was kind of like my take. I thought that would be an interesting concept if we were going to do a run back. I feel like some kind of twist would be cool. Just doing another standard run it back on hardcore raid, non-solo self-found, world buffs. It's just like, it just doesn't have an appeal to me as much. If there was a little bit of a challenge to make it a little bit different from my last experiences, it'd be a little bit better. What WoW content does appeal to you long term? To be honest, WoW super long term. The most long term has been like start of expansion and then like establish a set of characters that I raid on. That's kind of the most long term style that I've played. Where I basically set up like my own little group of characters that I play like 2 or 3 mains, and split my time between them. I find that just one character, as like a more invested player, I play like a lot. One character is very hard for me to stay interested for a long period of time. Thank you, Demon Hunter. Mr. Vane. I'm gonna clear the individuals out here, and then I'm gonna go down to the Murlocs. Look for some null respawns on the way up. Yeah, I feel like WoW content always has a time span for me. Like it's like, how much could I replay the same game? If this was the first time WoW came out, it would be much longer term, but like, you know, this is like not the first time I'm playing it. So it's hard. Ooh, double copper. I might take this time to go all the way to Goldshire real quick. Even though that's kind of out there. Go to Goldshire, buy the skin of Sweet Rum. That'll set me off right for dry times. My friend group did off-meta hardcore. I rolled prop pally. It was painful. I think prop pally is fine, but you have to understand what you're getting into. It's kind of like a gimmick tank, where like you're spamming blessings. You can be very solid. Your threat can be very great. Until you run Have a good stream. Thank you, bro. Have a good night, man. Or good work. Stamp and cure stack. Yeah. It's also kind of slow to take off because you kind of have to go 20 points holy.
Good day to you.
Which is very unfortunate for classic pallies. If they wanted to make classic paladin better, they would take consecration out of the holy tree. In my opinion, that would make Ret and prop pally both really strong. But stronger, I guess. Maybe not insane, but they would be stronger. Save talent points. And that wouldn't really break the characters. And just put something else there instead of consecration, put in like something else for Holy Pally. What else could they get instead of consecration? I don't think... I feel like buffing Holy Pally is kind of dangerous. So like, you'd have to give them something like utility focused. Maybe something that wouldn't affect throughput too much. Spell damage blessing. Aura Mastery. Aura Mastery could be interesting. Yeah. Like, Holy Pallies are already very strong, so you can't... I don't feel like you should be able... I don't feel like they should be buffed by, like, giving them, like, an AoE splash heal. E-Gibbs, thank you for the tier 1, brother. I think spell damage blessing is an interesting one. That would buff a set of classes that is relatively undertuned compared to their melee counterpart. What size is feed pouch? It's 4. I'm farming a copper right now. Straight slinging copper. I'll get that one on the way back.
Hey there, can I help you? Have a good one.
Trying to be difficult to balance. In what way? Difficult to balance as in like difficult to have fun with? Or difficult because they were kind of weak? You ever get tired of Elwyn? Yeah, but there's so many more zones than Elwyn. Goal of this character? Just vibing, dude. Just participating. Just doing some race locked stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna raid on this character. Obviously I'd have to get 60 first. That's up in the air. I have never played a rogue. I could die at any second. My expectations are just have fun. Elwyn is overrated. I Elwyn is sick. Dunmoreau is good too. I like Dunmoreau. Although on the rogue it felt pretty brutal. The one thing I don't like about Dunmoreau is the gnome, leper gnome quest. Just skip that shit. If I just skipped leper gnomes, it's a great zone. You know, surprisingly, the zone I don't like the most... Okay, actually, I'll take that back. The worst zone, the zone that I hate the most is Tirisfal. I don't like Tirisfal. The second most hated, I guess, on my list would be Durotar. Dude. I don't know what it is about Durotar. It puts me to sleep. Straight up, Durotar puts me to sleep. Over Desolus? I'm just talking about starter zones. Durotar pathing with gaps in the level ranges, like, you're doing like, pretty much like from level 6 to 10, you're doing like level 6 quests. And then you're grinding. And then you're doing like one area with like level 8s. It doesn't feel as smooth. Elwyn has like at least somewhat of a progression where you're doing like Murlocs and then you're doing like high level 8s. I will say it's similar to Elwyn in that like you go from like level 6 mobs to like level 8 mobs real quick. 6 to 9. But Durotar is scuffed, man. I don't like it. How do you like Mulgore? I don't like Mulgore, man. I don't like any of those, the horde zones, to be honest. Why don't you like Tirisfal? I just don't like the route in it. You're just like going all over the place. It doesn't feel as smooth. Like Elwyn feels really smooth because you literally do like one pass of the zone and you're level 10. And the pass is like relatively easy. The horde zones are doing this weird back and forth shit everywhere. Like I'll route you real quick, guys. This is what Tirisfal looks like, okay? So you have like Death Knell, and you have like the pumpkin patch, and then this guy over here, and then this is like the beach area, and then there's like this area over here. Okay, so like this is your route. I'm just gonna ignore this, okay? Your route is like this. Okay, this is your route, roughly speaking. Obviously you go more up here, but like, look, roughly speaking, okay? Now, I'm gonna draw Elwyn Forest. Okay, this is Elwyn, your starter zone. Okay. Okay. Elwyn Forest route. See what I mean? Oh, you're doing this actually. Oh my god. This is Elwyn Forest route. It's just smooth. And then you're like over here in the next zone, you Hearthstone back, and then you go like this. It's much less of this back and forth shit. And I think that's what I like about Elwyn compared to the other zones. Durotar is the same shit. Durotar is a lot of up and down in the zone. Elwyn just feels really smooth in that regard. As a speedrunner. Someone who levels a lot. The gnome area is smooth, but it's not as smooth as Elwyn. Some dang Murloc eyes. One more. Damn! I never rated... Started WoW during last OnlyFans on Doomhowl. What would you recommend as my first one? Almost full Prebis mage. Your first raid? Are you in a guild? That would be my first suggestion would be find a guild. Don't pug in hardcore. Stopped raiding 2 months ago. Oh, Jesus. I mean, ZG. ZG is the easiest. MC is pretty decent too, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to find an MC run without a guild. Priest SSF, do you go enchanting for your first one? You can. You also could just get level 10. If you're Alliance, you get level 10 and you could do the Bashal Aran quest chain in Darkshore, which gives you a relatively strong wand. Wand, like, going for wand via tailoring is fine, though. It's level 10 Darkshore is okay. You might struggle with it if you've never done the zone, but if you know the quest, it's just the growls for earrings, and then you kill the satyr for the tablet. You go destroy it, go back. You can get it relatively safely at level 10. You'll basically be almost level 11 by the time you finish the chain, though. But that's fine. And then you would go back and do like starters. You would go like, or like, let's say if you did this, you were a dwarf. You went 1 to 10 Dunmoreau, skip directly to Darkshore, do the wand, come back, finish Dunmoreau, finish Loch Modan, go back to Darkshore, go to Westfall, go back to Darkshore, and you're like level 18. Do whatever you want. Redridge. Wildland skip, yeah. That too. If you can do BFD early, that's a great wand. Getting that wand is so fucking nuts. Damn, my throwing weapon did 10% of his health. If there's one thing that I like about classic WoW, compared to like the previous MMOs that it was based on, it kind of built up on, is the solo impact against mobs. The fact that when you hit a mob, you press a button, you see the direct impact of that button press. Something that EverQuest and M&M style, like classic or MMOs, because they're so based around group content, it doesn't feel like you're doing anything ever. It's like, it's one of the things I really like about classic. The classic combat is so great, bro. I still enjoy the game despite that, but M&M, that is. The Torn's alive. wonder if a middle ground between M&M and Classic WoW can be achieved. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think M&M is kind of going for that in some ways. Like they definitely have attempted to make a more more interactive combat. Even though for a lot of classes it's still a lot of sitting down and meditating for mana. It's much better. The amount of buttons you actually press in Monsters and Memories compared to like EverQuest is like probably 2 to 3x. For melee classes, it's like 10x. You know, as a warrior in EverQuest, I literally had no buttons to press that were impactful outside of Taunt. Like, I had Slam, which did like 2 damage, like 5 damage at level 60, which it's like doing 5 damage at level 60 in WoW. Like, it's not, like, who cares? So you're pretty much just auto-attacking the entire way. But it's still missing the impact. You're pressing buttons, but to me, the buttons don't feel like it's doing anything in the grand scheme of things. Because everything you're fighting is like an Omega boss mob. Versus Dust Devil. I could probably kill it. I mean, it's orange. I don't want to though. That seems risky. Oh shit. Ayuji Ting is fighting it. Bro. Okay, I have to leave that Malachite. It was the last tap anyways. That's a bugged copper vein. I'm not falling for it. There we go. Alright, let's go turn in. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go turn in Westfall Stew, turn in at town. Then I'm going to go do Thunder Brew and Keepers of the Flame, Hearthstone back, walk to Duskwood, maybe. Maybe I'll go Stormwind, Red Ridge, Duskwood. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do that and then, yeah, I'll just do this and then I'll bank this. Do a batch Hearth later. It's probably best. Flask of oil? I have 5 flasks of oil. Time optimism. For reference, I think the Stormwind, Elwyn, Westfall, Redridge, Duskwood, like area. This is like a core story location, and it's very well integrated. I think that they worked on it the longest. And I think this was really like their. I imagine this was like their like proof of concept. So they like worked on it more. And they had to try to replicate it. And I think trying to replicate it en masse probably lost some sort of like integration quality that you had when they were first doing it.
Be careful.
So that's my guess. That's my guess as to what happened. Like they kind of spent a lot of time kind of learning how to do the quests in the first place and kind of integrating everything. And then once they learned it, they started filling out the world. So I think that's probably why nothing feels as good as Westfall, Redridge, Duskwood, Elwyn combo, you know? I think that given enough time, they could have done the same thing. You know, like I think given enough time, they could have, you know, and there are examples of integration, like specifically Burning Steps and Searing Gorge integration is pretty cool. There's some and Kargath, like this kind of area is pretty interlinked. Even like with Stormwind, going from like the Oni attunement in Burning Steps to Lakeshire to Stormwind back to Burning Steps, and then Burning later here, you know, you're back and forth. You have like the integration of Searing Gorge with the tower quest that gives you the molt, which is interesting. It's a cool little trinket. It's like, oh shit, that's kind of cool. We just did that. Came have a quest callback, if you will. All right, time to go turn in, turn in. What is the weapon swing timer? It's just WST, baby. WST. Classic weapon swing timer. 6 fix. If you're a hunter, that matters. If you're not a hunter, it doesn't matter. And I think that that's something, by the way, that zone integration is something that they should try to do. There's definitely some locations that need it more than others. I think that there's a similar integration with Barrens, Ashen Vale, Stone Talon, surprisingly. Like, that's a pretty good integration for Horde. Very connected. In the same way that, like, there's chains that span across the world and they're integrated. The Goblin areas, like, think Steamweedle, Cartel, Booty Bay to Ratchet to Steamweedle, whatever, in Thousand Needles. I don't remember what it's called. The Raceway. You have that quest that you go back and forth and you go to, you know, there's a lot of integration there. And if you look at it, I think that the biggest thing is that the Elwyn area is just the first one you experience. It's so much more iconic. But to me, there's a ton of integration that people don't even really do unless they're following Rested XP. People just don't know about it. It's much more obfuscated. The quest chain from Thousand Needles, it starts in Thousand Needles off the buzzards. It's just 10 buzzard bones. Then you go to Ratchet. Starts Goblin sponsorship. You go back to Thousand Needles. Then you go to Booty Bay. You go to Swamp of Sorrows, back to Booty Bay, back to Thousand Needles, to back to Booty Bay, and then you do a quest at 40. And this quest chain has encompassed 10 levels already. You started at 30, you're level 40 doing like the Zanzil chain. You go back, you go to Dust Wallow, and then you go back. That's the whole chain. It's crazy. That chain is super crazy. So they're out there, you know?
Here there.
They're out there. One lock, one rogue, 38 warriors. Yeah. I mean, I think that you realistically want like 30 warriors, 6 locks, 1 rogue, 1 mage. You could play, like realistically, it's closer to 20 warriors, 8 warlocks, a couple of rogues, whoever's the most geared, a couple of mages, whoever's geared. Not gonna finish that tap, bro? I finish it. Not tapping that shit? Boom. Boom. Voidwalkers are so important. Oh god. More than 3 locks. I think you run 8 locks for Gar. I think that makes it simple. And there's also a question. There's also a question of like, who's geared, you know? Oh, you guys think I could do this? Not gonna fuck with it. I could do it, but I'm not going to. I don't really know where a fence is near here. Group for old Merkai. Decline! Bruh. I clicked that shit off. Fucking Hearthstone, god damn it.
Light be with you. Safe travels. Open for business.
Okay. Let's go. Stormwind. Stormwind time.
You need something?
Oh shit. Just flew over some copper. I might just drop. Ah, we're getting so close though. What's the lowest level you get medium leather? $21. Buy a scimitar. I don't think it's worth for me to get an offhand. Not that rich, brother.
I supply only the finest goods.
That's okay, Cicero. Dwarves.
See you later.
With respect, in character, by the way.
Good day to you.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Okay, that's good enough. Vendor these guys. Vendor this guy. That guy goes in the bank. That guy goes in the bank.
Safe travels.
I picked this up here. The jug of wine.
Light be with you. For the Alliance.
Ooh.
Hey there.
Did you die? No, I didn't die. This is a relatively new character. 7 hours played. Yeah, we're not gonna have any healers. No priest, no druid, no pally. We're just only gnomes. Gnomes only have access to 4 classes. Warrior, rogue. So basically warrior, worse warrior, mage, and then worse mage. Warlock. It's rough, man. No, not even hunters. No, the hunter's alive. Hunter is alive and well. I just felt like Tauren was so progressed. Like, they're doing Ubers, man. They're doing Ubers. Gnomes are out here doing Gnomer. Right? They haven't even done... I don't think gnomes have done Scarlet Monastery yet. Maybe. Oh, no, they did it. They haven't done Z yet. Like, so, like... I feel like it feels nicer knowing that I'm closer to people. I'm also an Alliance player at heart, so it felt nice playing some Alliance. I feel like I always play freaking Horde, man. Always. Yeah, hopefully I can just put in some good time and just catch up to people. Like, speed run to level 30 real quick. Speed run to, like, level 40. And then I'll kind of be with people. Like, what level are people? Tochi's 54. Oh shit, Monku. Burning's level 47. They're not that far. Zaryu's 36. Hodzar. Oh shit, Hodzar's playing. Catch! Bro, there's a lot of people. Assuming, maybe that's not, but I'm assuming that's Webby. Guys, I'm gonna lose my shit. Oh, Boosty. I'm gonna lose my freaking shit. I need to buy a new mouse. ASAP. My mouse is starting to, whenever I do anything, it's super finicky. If I press anything, sometimes it'll just use my mouse wheel, up or down. So I'll just click, mouse button, and it'll mouse wheel down. And so it's super annoying when I'm scrolling through things. You guys list that too? Ah, shit. Yeah, I have a Logitech. Same happens to you? Yeah, yeah. Blow hard into the wheel. Nah, that seems like a trap. It just changes its sense since the last update on its own. Dude, mine does the exact same thing. If I ever plug it in, or it disconnects for like a millisecond and it reconnects, I have to open my G Pro app and reset the DPI. I don't know why. It's super annoying, man. So I always have to have this open, even though I never had to do that before. Yours does the same thing. I have a Logitech G Pro as well. But it's crazy because I've had this mouse for like 2 years. So I just like I just feel like I just don't have problems with this. Like I had to replace the bottom of my mouse. Like, you know, the like pads on the bottom. I had to get, which by the way, it's great. I've got these yeah, the toes, my mouse toes. I got these little like plastic ones from fucking eBay of all places. And they were great.
Well met.
I couldn't find them anywhere else. But they're great. My mouse feels pretty smooth. Honestly, it felt smoother than it ever did. It's kind of a hack. Oh, Hearth to Thelsamar. What the fuck? Hearth to Thelsamar, fly to Ironforge. I don't think I'm doing that. I will though, I will bank my copper. G4 used 2 times skate. Yeah. That's I'm on my first set of skates. That's what they're called. But it's cool because the mouse lasted long enough that like I pretty much wore the entire bottom down. It was like super bad.
You got my attention.
Should have replaced it way earlier.
Be good.
Let me put this in the bank too.
How are you?
Vendor this. Should eat that. Vendor these little ones. Vendor that, vendor that. There we go. Okay, our inventory is nearly cleared now, guys. Whew.
Watch your back.
That is nice. Oh, I need to put the cask of Merlot in there too.
What's on your mind?
Our bank is
Be
full.
good.
Well met, Keep your feet on the ground.
Keep your feet on the ground. Thank you, man. Why didn't you jump when sprint was 0 seconds, so you maintained the velocity through the air for an extra second? Well, I was all tabbed, man. Hey, Empton, you want to join Grubby's Warcraft 3 upcoming tourney? I don't know if I have the time to play Warcraft 3, man. I love Grubby, and that sounds fun, but... Dude, Warcraft 3 makes me so mad. Anytime I play it, it infuriates the shit out of me, guys. I can't explain it. Why? Because it's a very clunky... what is it called? Chat, what is it called, that kind of game? RTS. It's a very clunky RTS. The controls and the way that mobs behave. And because of that, jankiness, there's a lot of charm to the game, right? Because of the jankiness. But because of that, you have to try really hard to do specific things. You have to try really fucking hard to control an army. And multiple heroes. And... Warcraft 3, the amount of brain power you need to use to just play the game at like a reasonable level is 100 fucking % of your brain. And so you have to focus so fucking hard for such a long amount of time, because the games are like 30 minutes. They're long sometimes. It just takes it's a slow-paced game sometimes. So that's one thing. It's just fucking crazy, man. There's so much shit going on. And then in any RTS, including this, the amount of strategies there are, the amount of gimmicks there are, it's just so frustrating to learn, because you basically are getting knowledge checked for the first 1,000 hours you're playing the game. Oh, it's like, oh, didn't realize that guy could buy that specific tavern hero and rush me at that specific timing with a second hero spawn. Oh, I didn't know exactly that he made 2 proxy fucking tree ancient of wars, and he's rushing me with huntresses, and like, dude, it's just so fucking, it's just so much. It's just a lot. You know, it's just a lot. It's a fucking lot, man. That's all it is. And so, playing a game with an established meta where people have played for 20 years makes it hard to break into it. It's so, the curve is so strong because there's nobody that's new who's playing. So the bottom level of people have knowledge, but they don't have mechanical skill. So you just get knowledge checked by fucking noobs all day long, and you can't do anything about it because you have to just learn. You just have to learn that knowledge and be like, okay, I learned something in that game. And because of that, it gets super tilting. That you're getting checked by people who've played for like 20 years, and the community is relatively small. So you'll have somebody come back from some random break, they haven't played in 3 years, and you'll face them in their placement matches, and you'll just get fucking demolished. It was so rough, man. It was so rough. So, long story short, Long story short, it was so tilting. Learning Warcraft 3, I was actually rage queuing. Game after game after game after game after game. And it was just, it's fucking brutal, man. I don't like that. Dumb luck, thank you for the prime, man. But yeah, that's the problem I have with Warcraft 3. Like, it's just a lot, dude. I feel like I've learned so much about WoW that I can kind of get that. Like, I feel like WoW has a, maybe not the same level of intricacy, but there's a lot of intricacy to it. And I feel like I can get to that level pretty chill because I've played for so long. And I imagine it's kind of like that for someone who's played Warcraft 3 for a long time. But just breaking into it... Wait, is this even the right place? Yeah, it is. Guys, if I die, I'm logging off. Oh my god, I don't want to do that. I'm taking the fucking classic way. RTS drains your energy. You can play WoW for 4 hours and still go on with your day. That's true too. That's 100% true. Like, yeah. RTS is it. Like I said, you have to use 100% of your focus for so long that it's very draining to stream. Also, oh my god, I hate being a noob on stream, bro. I fucking hate it. Being a noob on stream just is miserable because you get coached by people who are actually noobs. Like, you don't know much about the game, so that means everybody feels like they can give you their cent. Their little tip. Even if it's wrong, they feel obliged. They're like, wow, I could help this guy right now. So the amount of aboba, it was the same with RuneScape. It's anything. Any type of, if you're streaming a game and you're new to it, the amount of backseating is just, man, it can be brutal, bro. Dota CS, same problems as Warcraft 3. Yeah, I mean, any game you're learning on a stream. That's really the problem for me that I found was like streaming a game that you're new at just opens the door for like borderline like harassment. It's crazy, bro. You're gonna be fine crossing the water? I mean, I'm level 15. Yeah, I'm fine. Equivalent to RTS learning curve is chess. Yeah. Yeah. I believe it. Chess is really deep, but RTSs can also be really deep. I think they're very similar in how much focus you have to do and like how much learning you have to do. Careful of crocodile. Thank you. I will watch out. No mechanical dexterity requirement in chess. That was a big, honestly, the amount of like jank in Warcraft 3 almost increased the APM requirement. It's almost like StarCraft Brood War or StarCraft 1, right? Where like people are manually running their like drones back and forth, and they're manually placing where their drones are going to go in the patches and everything. You know, it's these old games, the jankiness creates a lot of drone stacking. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Brood Wars like that. A control groups. Yep, that's what it's like in Warcraft. You need like at least 3 control groups minimum to control heroes and different units, and if sometimes you probably want more. Brood War is similar in that regard. I think classic
Fine is good. See you around.
I think classic RTSs are similar. It's just like, I'm sure it's similar in Age of Empires if you were playing an old version of Age of Empires. You know, it's just like jank. Jank creates depth, but it also creates difficulty. You have to work around the depth.
What brings you here?
Alright, boys. It's dark short time. This party started. This guild chat is going crazy. What is this guild chat? Gnomes are crazy. Gnomes go crazy. Oh my gosh, gray mobs. Dude, this is my specialty. Where's Liz? Someone, get Liz in here. She loves killing gray mobs. I remember back in the day when she streamed, she doesn't really anymore. I guess sometimes. I always talk shit because she was leveling a rogue and she was like level 30 in Hillsbrad, killing like level 22 mobs. Borderline gray all the way. It was so good.
Peace be with you.
Hey, give me my quest.
Bless you. Ishnu Allah.
Fruit of the Sea. This quest is gonna be a nightmare.
What can I get for you today? See you soon.
Salutations.
Shut up, whiz bang. Little freak.
Peace be with you.
Okay, I'll set my Hearthstone. No. Frick your Hearthstone. I'm batch hearthing out of here.
I am honored.
I'm gonna do early. I'm off guide as fuck right now, boys. We are off fucking guide.
What brings you here?
I'm following my own guide right now.
Voila.
Hello.
Guys, my goal today is to run Dead Mines. Is there a group that's gonna be able to do this with me? Perhaps. I'm doing RFC. Brother, what? RFC? Not Horde. Oh boy. Scary. Situation is kind of sus, huh? Oh, he's helping. Thank you, bro. Have you know, guys, for the record, I had that before that long ears stepped in. Saving an eviscerate here at the end. Oh, lucky crit. All right, give me a dwarf. Oh, bear spotted. Wait, why are there so many corpses right here? I feel like the challenge has been going on for 2 to 3 weeks. How's everyone level 20-ish? I mean, people are like, give them credit, you know, there's, people are like 20, yeah, they're 20-ish. Okay, look, that's just how hardcore goes. You know, people die. People die, they take some time off, they work a full-time job, you know. Graze is level 50. Holy shit. Yo, what's up, Boosty? I feel like Boosty has been vibing on like so many different classes. I see him everywhere. Some races, I mean. Damn. None of my guys are above 20 because I can't help but run 5 different characters at once. I think a lot of people are in that boat where they're playing multiple races. And I think that's also something that's slowing people down. In a good way though, like, you know, I don't think that there should be a rush to get to 60. I just play the game. Other people are taking it slow. Yeah, no, it's a good thing. It's not that's something that's like wrong. Didn't discover the furbolgs. Had to go back. Damn. feel like, yeah, Rogue's on-demand damage is so insane for this kind of stuff. Because I'm just pulling energy, and once it goes into threshold for run, I can Sinister Strike Abyss. So clutch. That demand damage. Should I be using clam meat to level my cooking? I think I might.
What brings you here?
Crawler meat, region for crab cake, which is 75 cooking.
Feel free to browse.
It's pretty decent.
Light your path.
What about crawler claws? 85 cooking.
Greetings.
Yeah. Hey, this is good for cooking here. Boiled clams is 50. Yeah, dude, let's fucking go. Wait, so this is 50 to 60. Crawler meat is 75? And there are no thrashers out here. What happened to Herdcore? The character is still alive. I just, like I said, I've said it a lot. I feel like everybody's asking this. I felt like I was so far behind. With the gnomes, I feel like I can catch up in a reasonable time. Like, it's not too hard to catch up to the 30s. Like, that's where the group is. It's 30s. Like, some people are 40, but most people are still in the 30s. And with Herdcore, it's like most people are in the 40s. People are doing 60 stuff. You know, and that kind of don't really want to be like dinging 60 and then kind of getting carried through dungeons. Like, I kind of want to be in that first group of people. If I am gonna play in a race, like, I kind of want to be in that first group that's kind of like clearing stuff and they're working their way up together. No healer's an interesting challenge. Pressure eye. I just finished that real quick. I don't know if no, it would be nice to finish. Get it on the way up to Bashalaran. Go boom.
Elune be with you. Go in peace.
Go boom, 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 boom. And then I can just leave. All of my quests will be up to 16 men. Come back at like level 20. It'll be juicy.
A loon be with you. Greetings.
What can I do for you?
I've the finest wares in the land.
Elune Adore. I am listening.
Can I pick up the quest, man?
Farewell.
Can I assist you? May the stars guide you. Be careful.
I am honored. Denadris.
Yeah, I think you're not going to see any difficulty with dungeons until like bosses that you can't really kite. Like I think the most significant example that's going to be very difficult at the beginning is Baron in Stratholme. Baron Rivendare. Can't really kite him, as far as I know. Like... So you kind of just have to kill him. Uldaman's sketchy too. Yeah, Ulda last boss is kind of sketchy. Even like some Skullman stuff would be pretty sketchy. Now, like, hunters have soloed all of it. Last boss you can kite, yeah. Just more like every boss is just kind of like... Even the trash mobs are kind of sus. Princess? I mean, you just ranged kite Princess along the wall. It's not that bad. You know who'd be sus actually? Noxion. Randomly. Noxion and Razor Lash. Orange side Mara is actually kind of sus. That I'm thinking about the actual boss mechanics. They just do a lot of damage, those bosses. Mara Lashers? Yeah, those things kind of... yeah, the... Holy, I just owned that mob. Have you guys seen this one? Dive in. Can you do it with the other one? I didn't think you could do it with that one. Maybe from under. Thumbs on my buttons. That's... Love that. That's energy, or that's amount of casts I have left based on my energy. So like it says I have 2.5 Sinister Strikes before I run out of energy. Yo, what's up, Eric? I'm not rogue main. I'm not rogue main. Yeah, you are safe. Don't worry. Shows some high expectation around BlizzCon. I don't think that this HC hype shows hard, like, it doesn't really show expectation for BlizzCon at all, I don't think. I think that's really reading into it. Now, I would say private server shutdown, almost like, the Turtle WoW shutdown, in my eyes, pretty much solidifies that they're looking to do Classic Plus soon. Because it's like the same thing, it's literally the same thing they did. They didn't give a fuck about like private servers in like like classic private servers for the longest time. And then all of a sudden Nostalrius gets shut down and they announce classic. You know, and I feel like they've been really tight on like classic plus private servers really recently. Classic came 3 years after that shutdown. Yeah, but they announced it pretty shortly. Like, the grand scheme of things. Now that does mean I do think that Classic Plus isn't just going to release at BlizzCon. That's not my expectation. But at least I hope not. I think that if they release it on Classic Plus, or if they release Classic Plus on BlizzCon, then it's going to be undercooked. That's my opinion. But you know, I'm hoping they really put their time into it. They put their resources to it. Classic Plus needs 3 more years. I don't think it needs that long. I think it depends on what they do. Okay, so like, I think it purely depends. The announcement could be like, instead of, what if it's not Classic Plus like we're thinking, but what if it's like Classic live service sort of thing? That would be kind of sick. And they start with like a small expansion and then they like commit to having more. If anything, I think that's not a terrible idea. That's what RuneScape did, right? They started kind of small, they built on it. Now, is that what I think they're gonna do? Probably not, I mean. But, I do think you want vertical gearing, but still, but no catch up for later phases. So people have to go through the verticals. They have to go through the rings of the ladder that you did. I get it. Just gonna sharpen now before I forget about it. I hope they don't use expansions. I really dislike the expansion model. What do you dislike about the expansion model? Devaluation of currency, or devaluation of gear? Or level raise? Like, what don't you like about the expansion model? Because I think expansion model does not have to mean the way that expansions have run in the past. If it's committing to being like more of a classic thing and just continuation of development of classic, you know, I'm fine with it. I don't think it's a problem. Now I think that devaluation is a problem. Like, I wouldn't want them to just make like max gear obsolete all of a sudden because of new expansion, but like, yeah, I think that's a big deal too. I think that whatever expansion, quote unquote expansion, would have to have like integration into current world rather than replacing the old world. That's one of the biggest problems I agree with. everything. OG WoW devs debated heavily if they should raise the level cap in TBC to 70. I think it was the biggest mistake. I kind of don't think that that was a real massive mistake. I think leveling is a necessity after X amount of time in the way that it was existing to kind of give a soft reset for most people. It didn't hard reset your character, but it almost like was a soft reset of progression. And I think that was necessary the way that the classes and the game worked. Otherwise, characters would be so fucking insanely omega giga powerful. I think that that's the biggest problem with the way that they created gear. They pretty much hit capacity at max. Like you just can't. I don't think you can realistically create a bunch of new gear that's meaningful or interesting for a full expansion worth of content at level 60 past the gear that they had in Nax without nerfing old gear. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that there's much room to have, for example, if you didn't raise to level 70, then how are you gonna fit 4 tiers of gear after Nax? Where is it going? You know? Are you gonna have 80% crit chance? How does that work? Are people gonna have like 100% avoidance? And so I think that that's the real problem with keeping it at 60, is that it didn't scale, it wasn't future-proof. If they want to do a Classic Plus and have it be future-proof, they have to lower the bar. In my opinion, I do think that they have to lower the scaling a little bit. Not by so much that items are like irrelevant, but I think that you can kind of like baseline reduce MC every piece of gear after level 50. I think you can baseline reduce by like 5 to 10% power level, and then that gives you room overhead above Nax to like make 2 or 3 tiers of gear. I mean, I don't know if that's the right solution. That's just an idea. You could also have like, you know, and one of the big problems with keeping yourself at 60, nah, get rid of all the current raids, 2 messages up. See, the Titan Forge thing doesn't feel as impactful. That's one thing that I don't like about Titan Forge, is like, let's say you go from raid 1 to raid 2 and you just don't care. That really shouldn't exist. Now, I think that small jumps are okay, but I think, you know, 3 item level upgrade on a piece of gear just doesn't feel satisfying. And I think that's where you're striking a balance. You have to strike a good balance between like a feel good upgrade and like not a game breaking upgrade. 2 of your messages up. Just make current world, but times like 1,000 years in the future. And get rid of all the current raids. Oh, I see. Like completely reintroduce endgame content. Like, I mean, I'm not opposed. I think that the one I was thinking was like in the past. What does Azeroth look like before it's conquered with orcs? What does Blackrock Mountain look like before there's a Blackwing layer? For me, that's interesting. You know, Molten Core, but it's only only like a one boss raid or something, because it's like they just got there. I don't fucking know any lore. Don't fact check me. Yeah. Elf/troll drama. Yeah, there's like a Zulaman. Like, there's high elves. They're not even blood elves yet, they're high elves. The Sunwell hasn't collapsed. Whatever the fuck. I don't remember what happened. WoW, but Warcraft 2 era. Exactly, dude. Before Arthas. Yeah, exactly. And then you could develop things like, as it stands, Northrend pre-Arthas. Where it's Northrend, but it's just a noob. It's like, it's a spider area only. There's no Scourge. It's like spiders. And then, you know, you could have like, you know, some whatever places are like really old, you could have like really developed. You know, you could have a reimagined Temple of Atal Hakar that's not flooded. You know? Vast troll city. They're not undead. They're alive. Stratholme is a main town that you exist in. Lordaeron, main town. You know, the humans start in north of Eastern Kingdoms. See, like that kind of shit would be fucking cool, wouldn't it, guys? In my opinion, that's a cook. That's a fucking cook. Someone get on it. Stormwind, Deadmine's ship is still sailing? Well, Deadmines wouldn't exist in that lore. Deadmines wouldn't exist. Because the Masons would still be, if they're even there, they may, the fucking, whatever Mason dudes, probably aren't even in existence if you're still in Lordaeron. If you're in Stratholme, are there Masons fucking just a guild? Yeah. Wow, but the Masons got paid, and there's a massive city where Westfall was. I'm geeked for this concept. Okay, don't get your hopes up, bro. This is never happening. The Masons got fucking paid in this timeline, baby. Holy shit. They could go crazy with it. It's a different version. Guys, why are there 0 satyrs alive on my screen? They wouldn't have any work to do because the orcs never came to Azeroth? Sure, but like, there's gotta be some, like, what if this was dragons? There's just dragons all over the place. Like, there's like fucking tribal dwarves harassing them. You're playing an evil dwarf. The night elves are just living their own life on a tree. There's fucking troll tribes all over the place. Like imagine how different it would be if like South. Okay, wait, hold on, guys. Let's cook this real quick. Let's cook this shit. So like, if you had like, you know, this is like Eastern Kingdoms, right? Just broadly speaking. And then you had like the Alliance up here at Lordaeron. And then Stratholme. You had like Alliance. And this is like the Thandal span. Right? And then you have dwarves here. And then you have trolls. Right? Just like they're in, but they're in like a vast empire. Right? So like Elwyn Forest is actually just a forest still. There's nobody, like there's like a little town maybe, right? There's like nothing. But then like Temple of Atal Hakar in Swamp of Sorrows is like bonkers. And then you've got like the STV trolls and these like, it could be crazy, bro. It could be crazy. Is there an alliance without orcs? Yeah, it may not be exactly the same in that world. I don't fucking know how the lore is, to be honest. I'm not qualified for this shit, bro. We need to get... That's like a novel. That's like a novel presentation. People would complain it isn't classic map. That's true. I mean, in all that I've been talking about, I think all of like the classic plus stuff and talks that I've had with chat, one thing that I've presented was like uniformity with the current classic landscape, because people are very nostalgic about this game. So like going to Duskwood and having Stitches walk through the middle of the city, like this is the middle of town, is like, that's like an iconic thing. To just get rid of it, you know, Darkshire is happy and there's no Stitches. Be like, what the fuck? This is not my classic plus. This is not my classic WoW. I don't remember this. Happy Shire. Yeah. Yeah. Lightshire, not Darkshire. I don't know, a new WoW where you don't know anything would be cool without the theme park gameplay it is now. Yeah. I mean, I would like it. But I feel like I'm different in that as much as nostalgic, like classic is nostalgic for me, I feel like it's not the biggest reason I play, and for a lot of people, it is a really big reason. At some point, they will need to be destructive in the sense that they will be modifying the current world, right? If they want to have something that kept alive in the long term. I don't necessarily agree, unless you're saying like really, really long term. I think there's enough things that you could add or work around for long enough that it's like fine. Like, you know, you don't have to necessarily be disruptive in the sense that like you open the Uldum gates. And it's not necessarily disruptive to have a ship that goes to Northrend. Northrend's actually an interesting one for me. A Northrend that's like not necessarily a main part of like an expansion where they make like a whole little ecosystem in Northrend where you never leave, but as like an excursion type of thing with a raid. Go like take a ship to Northrend, do a raid, take the ship back with your loot. Sounds interesting. I think that if they want to, Blizzard could add a lot of content, especially like mini worlds or like areas that you can go to. I think that the biggest problem with those areas that we've experienced is the reallocation of the main city and resources to that area. Like if you think about TBC, you spend most of your time in Outlands all of a sudden. Most of your time is just in Outlands. Because there's new herbs, there's new zones, there's new quests, there's new dailies, there's a new city, there's vendors, there's innkeepers, there's flight pass, everything. It's like a whole little ecosystem. And so you just spend more and more time there, and it's all of a sudden like, what the frick? And so I think if they reimagine that kind of stuff without the convenience, without the city, without the flight paths, and just had like a couple brutal zones, and then you left, you came back to Stormwind, you came back to Ironforge, you go back to Orgrimmar, I think that's fine. And that's would be acceptable in my opinion, which means there's so much, like, you could even go to Outlands, you could go to Northrend, you could go to fucking Vashir, you could go to the Kultiras Islands, whatever the fuck, like, you could go to Sunwell in Classic Plus, in my eyes. You could. You honestly could go. Like, just kill Danos. So there's so much shit that's just there. A 3-tapper, 10. How do I play a Tauren Shaman in this game? What do you mean? What kind of question even is that? You just do it. I'm gonna get that bird. Solo Wailing Caverns? But why would I do that? Is it good? Yo, Frost. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Skip Lizard is almost 0 risk. I imagine... Yo, thank you, bro. Thank you.
What brings you here?
I imagine you wouldn't do the end boss, and you wouldn't do Verdun. You would just solo the Night Elves. Oh, dude. Imagine here, too, you had, like, Dire Maul before they go fucking crazy, the Chandrilar. And then you had Night Elves up here. Oh, dude. That would be so sick, though. Oh, okay. I gotta stop with this, dude. We're cooking way too hard. We're gonna get people excited for this is never happening. I do think that I really do like the idea of the past reimagined. Fine if we're like a Classic Plus or something. You want Blood Elves in Classic? Blood Elves are hot. Maybe High Elves, huh? Sorry, Perfect Zip, I can't do it. When is Ampy's private server being released? I think long term, like way in the future, I think I would want to get into like a game development. But I could never make an MMO. Like as I've looked more and more into like Classic Plus stuff and like trying to understand it, it's made me realize that it's a very interesting topic for me that I would definitely be interested to pursue. Now, who's to say there's gonna be fucking video games in 10 years, so we don't really know. What about just as a consultant? I mean, dude, if If Blizzard reached out to me just to talk about Classic Plus, I could fucking write a 100-page fucking document. But no, it's not like. Oh, sorry, brother. Trying to help. You bring that bad juju in here? I don't know what that means. Bad fucking juju. What's bad juju? No, I know what bad juju means, but what did I say that's bad? That's what I mean. Streamers giving game advice is how Glow Squid became a thing in MC. Yeah, I don't know if you... Like... I don't know. As much as I feel like I see what you're saying about like streamers not being qualified to give game development ideas and push the game in whatever direction they think. I'd like to think that when I talk about Classic Plus, it's something that I've like really thought about. I'm not just like saying like random shit. Like, well, wouldn't it be fucking cool if we could level super slow and enjoy it together, guys? They did it for D2. I have no idea why they won't such down for classic stuff here. They might be, but not with me. Like, to say that no classic WoW players or streamers are working with them, I just can't say that. I don't know if it's true or not.
How may I help?
One of the most important things for Classic Plus to succeed is dealing with bots and RMT. Not sure what would be the best approach. I know exactly what the best approach would be. Not gonna like the answer. To pay people to deal with the problem. That's the unfortunate reality. Ah, shit, guys. It's GG. You heard it from a good source that some streamers already tested the dev version of Classic Plus. Dude, I wish. That's the thing, right? Like, if Blizzard banned, like, if they hired 10 fucking people, okay? If they hired 10 people, and those 10 people's sole job was to fight this problem, I guarantee you it would be way better. Now, would it be solved? No, but it would be mitigated. And so, like, it's not like, oh man, all they need to do is solve this issue. It's like, yeah, you're right. They have to pay a support staff. That's where we're at. It's like, come on. Come on, really? Like, is that what we're saying right now? That's the big problem we're trying to get a hurdle over. Nothing happened to my 15-page bullshit. I still have it. I just stopped working on it. Be willing to pay an extra few bucks. See, this is yeah. I would too. You know, I would pay for their fucking services, pay for the support staff. But the reality is, if they would raise the sub to let's say they raise the sub to $18, they would use 2.5 of those dollars to fuck off somewhere else, and they'd pay one guy a cent for every little bit that you have paid extra. And we get one support guy. Yeah, they're gonna raise the price and cut jobs. Because that looks best on their profits. Yeah, yep. What issue are we talking about? I mean, just complaining. There's no issue, really. Discussed early access been pushed back? Briefly. It's early in the VOD. Disappointed by pushback, but I think it's best. Now, I think, look, I think that the reality is that there's just an expectation that people won't get punished for gold buying. And so a lot of people do it. If they came out and said, on the Classic Plus servers, we will be banning anyone who is caught RMTing permanently with no like, appeals, really. The only thing you could appeal was like, you were framed, you know, like, so, I don't know. Then I guarantee you that would deter 90% of the people who were gonna buy gold. But I don't think they're gonna just do that, so. My little brother bought gold on my account. Sorry, bud, you lost it all. Should have fucking not account shared, loser. Permabanning soda. Well, soda didn't get. Look, I don't think that that's a good idea. So like, why would they permaban somebody for gold buying when it's so widely accepted? Doesn't make sense. If he did it after the change, sure, why not? But like. Is buying gold not a permaban? No, buying gold is like a slap on the wrist. Unless you do it a lot and you get caught a lot. I think you can get in more trouble with gold buying if you get repeatedly caught over and over and over and over and over. I don't think it's necessarily gonna happen right away, but like you definitely have recurring infractions being more punishing. It happens with all types of like. I remember like my friend got banned, and because he had previous actions on his account, it was like a 3-month ban for buying gold. Even though he never bought gold and never got caught for buying the gold, because he got banned. It was like just his infractions just added up. It is very similar, and the answer there is not to punish the ones buying. It doesn't solve anything. I don't think it's like drugs at all. I don't think it's like drugs at all. Like, you can compare it to drugs in that you're doing an illicit activity and there's a trade, but it's not like drugs. You don't get addicted to buying gold. You don't get, it's not like a like altering your life experience. Like you are just buying a shortcut. It's more like shoplifting, if anything, which does get you in trouble. Like, it's like, oh, instead of working to get money to get this PlayStation, I'm just gonna steal the PlayStation. And then they get away with it. And it's like, oh, well. Goddess watch over you. Bad analogy, people get addicted to shoplifting. It's not about the fucking addiction. Oh my god.
May the stars guide you.
I'm just saying drugs are a bad... I'm just saying drugs are a bad comparison in my opinion. Like, there's dealers and buyers, yes, but there's dealers and buyers of fucking stocks, man. Like, doesn't mean it's the same thing.
I am honored. Farewell.
It's like counterfeiting, yeah.
Hello. Keep your feet on
I don't
the
think it's a
ground.
stretch to say at least 25% of people who regularly raid buy gold.
Safe travels. See you soon.
I think it's a very substantial... I think it's a very substantial
Allah, Asha Fela.
player base. Wow.
I am listening. May the stars guide you.
From Blizzard's POV, a lot more money to lose banning buyers than sellers. If Blizzard really thinks of us as addicted swine, then banning us just makes us make a new account and then buy their boost.
Be careful.
Think about the profits on that, baby. The game had, yeah, that's the way I look at banning RMT isn't necessarily the loss of subscribers or the impact that like people can't cheat in your video game. It creates like, it's like a massive W for the community. I bet people would start playing the game because they have a huge stance on that topic that they would not have played because they're, you know, they feel estranged because of bots or they feel estranged because of gold buying or whatever. They just don't like that experience. Like, private equity doesn't give a fuck and buys another yacht. I think you're probably right. I think that's where we're headed. The play is hire people to ban bots and RMT, then do permabans on people still doing RMT, but add like a level 30 boost or something and it brings people right back in. Level 30 boost? You can buy, okay, you just buy a 2x XP pack for 24 hours. That's the real scummy shit. They buy you like or they sell you like those fucking XP packs that are in like Raid Shadow Legends or like the mobile games where you get like increased respawn or increased like whatever resources for X amount of time. Oh man. A permanent debuff on your character. Oh! Upgrade. It's kind of a nuts dagger. War Knife of Strength. The Shame debuff. Okay, but if they made a Shame debuff, it would have to be like impactful. Like you had to do like fucking... Like, if you got caught with RMT and you had a Shame debuff, surely it would like reduce your stats or something. Minus 5% damage and HP and healing. Per infraction. Permanent debuff. Yeah. Ooh. No gold on pickup till you paid back whatever you bought. That's kind of what I was thinking, that like it would, on the shame debuff, it would say like how much gold you bought, and then like as you looted, you would loot 0 mobs and it would just tick down your debuff. You would loot, you're in debt to the game, in debt to the community. So you'd have to play the fucking game. If you get caught, you bought 10,000 gold, you get a debuff says 10k gold. Shame. And you'd go to 0 gold, you couldn't fucking repair your gear. No, they'd have to, it could never do that. Those people would quit. Fuck them. This will not prevent from buying again. No, it encourages it, doesn't it? Get traded 10k gold, clear your debuff. Moonkins don't have pockets. I guess that makes sense. I didn't think about that one. Can I get to 60 with the gold buying debuff? No, it would have to go like... If you get caught... Dude, okay, hear me out. You get caught buying gold, you can't use the auction house ever again. Or the mailbox. Basically a ban? Yeah, basically a ban. You can still play. Auto cam, I'm just chilling today. True. Honestly, self-found character would be sick. Yeah, self-found character would actually probably solve it. We're gonna open down green on the day. Hot take on Classic Plus. Rewrite every quest in the game, so no one can use Questy or Rest XP. Ooh. Honestly, I actually think Rested XP should be banned. I genuinely do. I think Rested XP is, and Questy and Zygor and Questy I think is fine. I think Questy is fine. But like a routing add-on is surely banned. Why? Because it takes away the journey from your character. You're following a path, which is fine. Like, it's fine for people that are replaying the game, but Classic Plus is going to be hypothetically a new piece of content. And if all the old quests are still in the game, then you're skipping over all of the new stuff to hit level 60. I think that's kind of the problem. It's not necessarily bad, but it's better for a new player to not use Rest XP, I think. And I think we would all be new players in a hypothetical good Classic Plus. We would all be new. We wouldn't really know what class is good necessarily. We'd be playing whatever we want to play. We could make choices based on what we think, based on our current experience in Classic, but they may not be true. Why not stop at RXP? They should ban all add-ons. Honestly, I'm okay with them banning all add-ons for Classic Plus. I think it's fine. I don't think Classic needs add-ons. Unironically. I actually don't think it needs it. Now, I think that if they're gonna do that, they need to fucking hire the person who made details to make them a fucking appropriate damage meter. Eminem has changed you? No, they did it in retail and I liked it. I mean, I didn't like the system, but I liked that I didn't really have to go out of my way to download add-ons. I think that's how it should be. The game should offer you an out-of-the-box good fucking experience. It doesn't, like, the fact that you have so many add-ons, like, to make the game, I don't know, dude. Retail nameplates are stupid. Yeah, I could see that. As someone who's new to the WoW scene, I think add-ons and macros and weak auras have gotten way too ingrained in the game's culture. I kind of agree. It's way too late to remove add-ons. Not for a new thing, I think. Like Classic Plus doesn't have add-ons right now because it doesn't exist. Classic has add-ons, but like retail WoW. Yeah. I can kind of agree with that. I think it's a bold undertaking to ban add-ons 20 years into a game's life cycle, when people have become reliant on them. But in a Classic Plus, there's going to be like no working add-ons, hypothetically no working add-ons right away, right? It's like how Classic had scuffed fucking add-ons for the first couple of months. Like there really was like, there was like no working version of some add-ons for a long time. Now, I think with the rise of like Like, I think it's silly though at the same time to ban add-ons completely because, you know, like race the world first. What that guy said, it's kind of true. Like, so now there's like a weird advantage to people that have like actual like programming experience, and then they use an external add-on, and they're using like some screen reader to like create a pseudo DBM, fucking weak aura pack, like. Like that kind of shit, you can't stop that. Maybe it's better to have everybody on an even playing field. Where I'm from, that's called cheating. I mean. Like, is that cheating? It's like how Overwolf was. You know how Overwolf was for like a long time? How like the data wasn't in the game for League of Legends and you could have like camp timers or like summoner timers or shit? It's like borderline broken. Yeah. It was super lame. I mean, I can 100% get behind, like, if you get caught with that, you're banned. Ooh, we're getting some 10 in here. Come on. Skedaddle. Ah, fuck. Man, my legs are so fucking sore, man. In Final Fantasy XIV, DBM is like 100% cheating. Oh, geez, really? Damn. Does your face hurt? What? No, man. It was leg day, and I actually tried. It's so hard for me to try on leg day because I feel like the barrier to entry is so much higher when it comes to like form and flexibility. But I've actually been trying recently, doing like a lot of mobility work for my hips, and it felt good, man. Honestly, like yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? I don't know. I think it was yesterday. Like the first leg day, I actually went crazy on in a long time. It's very easy for me to just kind of go light. Workouts you do for legs? Yesterday I did kind of a warm-up, which had a lot of like ab stuff. I was watching the squat guy, you know, like the squat university. And so I was doing the McGill 5 or whatever the fuck. He always suggested in like every video. Plus shoulder taps to kind of warm up. And then I did
Can I assist?
Squats,
Goodbye.
leg extension, leg curl. Back extension. Adductors, adductors. Adductors and abductors. I did one set of hip thrusts. But I don't normally do hip thrusts. But there was a dude at the gym who was like helping with form. And it felt good. Adductors and abductors are key. Yeah, I definitely have been doing that stuff, but it's so hard. Like I've recently been starting to do like squats and like mobility work and abs, a lot of abs. Kick backwards, glute kickbacks. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Bezomar? Hope you're doing well, man. Mr. Chonk Wave. Do hack squats. I have done hack squats. I've done hack squats. Oh yeah, no, yesterday I did like 2 reps of like sissy squats too. I was just like kind of trying stuff out yesterday, honestly. Normally I would do calf raises, but oh man, I actually destroyed my calves earlier in the week. So I didn't want to train them. Easy skip. All those isolation movements take so long, do the major compound lifts and go home. No, I mean, I could just do like squats and like RDLs. I need to build up my strength before I do them though. Because right now, the problem that I'm having is I don't have like really good proper form for like RDLs and squats, so I'm not doing really heavy movements there. But I'm trying to like learn the form and get used to them. And so I feel like while I'm doing that, I want to make sure I'm still getting strength gains on those muscles. Like a lot of it's like flexibility issues. Like I don't feel comfortable. I can't go like below 90 degrees really on a squat. So with the other ones, it's very easy to like proper form on like a hamstring curl. Most important thing of squats is doing the full stretch. Yeah, I can't even get close to that, bro. Lower the weight if you can't get down. Guys, it's not a weight problem. It's a flexibility issue. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been working on though. Core strength. My core strength is really bad. That's also why I've been doing a lot of ab work. I've been doing a lot of stability stuff. A lot of stability, a lot of core stability, and general like core strengthening. I've been doing a lot of planks. Yesterday I did actually today I did a little cardio, and then I did like a little ab workout. Suitcase carry, back extension, shoulder taps. Not too much though, it was a rest day today. I wanted to go light. Ab rollouts, cable crunches. Yeah, I actually did cable crunches for the first time a couple days ago, and I feel like I need to learn the form. It didn't feel right. I was just trying to kind of like see if I could just do it, as I was watching somebody do it. I was like, fuck it, I'll try. But it did not feel right, so I gotta look up the fucking form. Oh my god, everybody just got promoted. Lower hanging fruit is focusing more on big boy movements, adding more fewer isolation. I like what I'm doing. Also, why are there only bears? It's a bug? Rabies. Now, it's been super cool though, because I've been going to the gym now for like 6, maybe 8 months, but like with a break. When TBC came out, I didn't go to the gym for like a month. But it's cool because I feel like I'm starting to notice strength differences in like simple activities, like getting up from a chair or something, going up the stairs, getting in the car. Obviously, a lot of that is like leg based. Like lifting just like random shit, like lift the box. And it's cool because like after, you know, a couple months, it's not as noticeable, but after like you've been going to the gym for like half a year, closer to a year now, I'm definitely starting to like notice things. It's like, oh, that was like actually pretty easy. Gym is amazing, but consistency is the huge problem, especially if the drive there for like, yeah, dude, we're lucky that we're like pretty close to a gym. You deadlift at all? Most... I've been doing single leg deadlifts. Single leg RDL. The last 2 leg days we've done single leg RDL to get used to the movement more. It's a hard movement. It feels so technical. Like I feel like I still don't have the form down really. After doing, I've done them like kind of on and off, but it's so fucking technical, man. Like I feel like I need to just keep getting more and more days in, more leg days, more reps in. SL single leg deadlifts. I've seen, yeah. Bulgarian split squats. Liz actually used to do a lot of Bulgarian split squats. Yeah, it's always intimidating to me. The setup on the Bulgarian split squat, even the single leg RDL. It's like, oh, my foot is in the wrong position by one inch. Is your other leg just back a bit on the toes for balance of those RDLs? Yes. Yes. Yeah, we've been doing it on the wall. So like my back foot will be on the wall pretty much, like flat on the wall. Just my toes are touching the ground. And then my other foot will be like pretty much a shoe forward, almost. And butt to the wall. Dang, now you want to go to the gym? Yo, Bezomar gets some fucking gains in, bro. Haven't gone for 6 months? Sounds like the best time to start back up. Yeah, go again. Hyper extensions. Whoa, I've never heard of a hyper extension. You explain that. What is a hyper extension? Your lower back? Oh, is that a back extension? This guy? Oh. I always call those back extension. I didn't realize that was a hyper extension. Current split, upper lower PPO. I've been kind of messing around with different... Like last week I did upper lower. Kind of getting back into it. I hadn't worked out in a while, like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And this week we did push-pull legs, roughly. And then did abs on back day, pull. And little different ab training on leg day, more mobility focused. But I'm trying to hit abs on more than one day, so like that's something that I didn't really train for the first like 6 months of us working out because I just didn't want to. Like training abs are just like intimidating. As somebody who's like relatively overweight, new to the gym, like just doing a plank is fucking hard, man. It feels so clunky, but now I feel like I'm so much more capable after working out for long enough. Like I can actually like do a push-up, multiple push-ups. And so like just getting in that kind of like position is so much easier. And so it feels much more approachable now to do ab work. Doing plank is always hard. Yeah, no. So yeah, we've been trying that. Liz and I both been doing that. Dude, I can't find these dogs. I'm gonna come back for this quest. Fuck this quest, man. stiff leg deadlifts? No, not even. No, definitely not. My lower back is very weak because I'm a fragile gamer. I have a fragile gamer fat body. That's how I would describe my build. So I gotta work on my core strength before I do any compound movements. Like a single leg, like stiff leg deadlift just sounds like a way for me to hurt my back. I mean, I'm not necessarily fat anymore, but I haven't really, like, I've never really trained my core, and I've sat my whole life. So that's why, like, why I'm saying that. Similar build to you. Yeah, I've never stood up in my life, guys. I don't have legs. How am I supposed to do my stiff leg deadlifts if I don't have legs, guys? I got a classic fucking World of Warcraft build. I'm all forearms. Hey, yo. If you're just starting out, get a kettlebell, 1 gram, 1 kilogram. I'm not. I appreciate it though. How did you start out? I need to start, but don't even know where to start. I see why there's no freaking cats out here, man. I think if you're starting, I think it's easy to start with chest or back, especially as someone who had a extremely underdeveloped back and chest. It's very rewarding. Like, you know, like I will say that, like, because I grew up very overweight my whole life, my legs are like relatively strong. Like I could do, you know, I can like push with my legs. My quadriceps, notably, very strong. But my hamstrings are very weak. And then, because I didn't do any like bending movements. So I would say start with like chest, because for me it felt very easy and very approachable. I could do lightweight and I could see the impacts very quickly, because you're going from like very weak to like the proportion of strength increase is like very noticeable, and that feels good. For me, what I like is I get very motivated by not necessarily number go up, but like seeing how I'm progressing day to day, week to week. And with those lifts, you progress really fucking fast early on. And for me, like I started with like literally just the bar on bench press, and the next week I was able to put on weight, and the week after that I was able to like double the weight. And like when you're first starting off, it's purely just dependent on your strength, but like I was able to like see it so much. progress isn't sad. Sorry, yeah. It's hard to see your progress when you're constantly increasing the workload. Nah, you see, when you're at the gym, it's not like that, right? You see it. I mean, if you're keeping track, you see it. I could agree if it's like you're always doing, like, let's say you're always doing like 8 reps. It's like hard to see it in the reps, but you're not gonna just sit at 8 reps of fucking 10 pounds for the rest of your life, you know? You see it and you feel it and you're lifting different weights onto the bar, and it's completely different. You see it all the time. I think I'm just overthinking. You're afraid of getting hurt with weights and stuff since I'm a withered gamer, weak body. Okay, well, I mean, that's fair. Look, like, but I will say, if you're doing lightweight, I found that machines are very easy to start with. For me, I really like benching on, not necessarily just a bar with a bench, like an actual bench press, right? I didn't start on that. Started on the hammer press or whatever the fuck. This guy. And this guy is so much easier to get form correct. At the start, like, and you can load it, and there's an easy way to rack it. It's less intimidating. This kind of thing, great. Loved it. Now, as soon as you say that kind of stuff, people are going to tell you their opinion and tell you that it's not optimal. But the reality is, you just got to find what works for you, and that'll just be like going to the gym and trying stuff out. Like, literally just do random shit at the gym. If you're going to the gym for the first time, just be like, yeah, I want to try chest. Fuck it. There's like going to be like 10 machines that are chest focused. Just try some of them. You know, that's what I did. Like, I literally, for the first week, all I did was that one. And then the next week I was like, what is this one? It's a sitting version of it. Oh, and that was great. I felt that it hit a different part of my chest. And then now I've started using a wide, this like more of a wide version, and it hits the top of my chest, which is something I guess I never hit really. Yeah. Incline? No, it's like specifically like a wide bench. Seated. Wide seated bench press. Yeah, that's this guy. This guy is sick, by the way. It hits like the top of my, it hits the top of my chest fly. What the fuck? This is not a chest fly, man. No, but it's great. I like it. It hits the top of my chest like none of the other machines do. I literally notice it, like, after like 3 weeks of it, my chest is like a notably different shape. It's crazy, actually. And I think because I just never hit that muscle, like, so it was just underdeveloped.
What brings you here?
Aunt is going to become a bench-only lifter. Hey, you know what? Whatever works for him, man. I started and I was really into bench. Now I'm really into back. I'm really into back.
What brings you here?
Squats are the next one. It's true that squat and deadlift is one that I want to develop. Squat is something I've been trying to develop for like two months, starting it. But I've been really into like I've been trying like a bunch of different rowing movements. My favorite one right now is a cable row that I start with my wrist facing upwards, and as I pull it back, my wrist ends facing downwards. I don't know what to call that, but I saw somebody do it, and it feels great. I'm able to like squeeze my lat really well, really well. And also this guy in the chat is just shilling cleans. It's like, dude, you need to clean. Lift that shit.
Ishnu Allah. What brings you here? Hello.
Hello.
Good luck, friend.
Okay, guys. Forgot to pick up that beach sea turtle. Gosh darn it. Not doing that quest.
Ishnu Daldiel.
Bro, have you cleaned? Yo, when was the last time you cleaned, man?
Farewell.
Can I do this? Enable Hearthstone batching. The only thing I've cleaned is my kitchen.
Goddess bless you.
I don't think it worked. Fuck. No. No. What the hell, man?
What can I do for you? Have a good one.
Pull-ups are ultra tough for you. I've been able to do chin-ups for a long time, but I've never been able to do an actual pull-up. But I'm getting there. I'm actually super close to being able to do a pull-up. I do. For every back day I try. See how far I can get. I feel like I could probably do a pull-up if I like swung, but I'm trying to do like proper form. Is it just the motion? For me, it's my back, man. Like it's just I just need to be like my back just needs to be stronger. It's like pure strength, to be honest. It's like literally all it is. I'm a big boy, you know. I'm 225, and being a gamer, I have never really trained my back, so it's like pretty underdeveloped. Although it's better now, but that's a lot of pull-up weight. How tall are you? I'm 6'3". You're doing some more rows and you'll build strength for... Yeah. Stand on something and partially hang off of it unless you do pull-ups with just a portion. Yeah, I mean, there's like an assisted pull-up machine that I've used, but I've never been able to do an unassisted pull-up. 225, 6'3" would be a very reasonable strong weight. I'm like, I think I'm like 18 or 19% body fat right now. My goal is 215. That's my goal for BlizzCon. So over the next like 6 months, however long, 5 months, my goal is to lose 10 pounds, but gain muscle, hopefully. 215% body fat? That is crazy.
You need something? How are you? See you later.
Well met. Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, that's gonna be me at BlizzCon. For real. Yeah, I'm gonna be donk.
Hey there. See you around.
Hey there. Have a good one.
Good day to you.
I don't really think I want to do all these quests, man. I don't want to do that shit. 18 to 20% body fat is still considered healthy.
Need help? Light bless you.
I think I'm at like a relatively healthy weight. But I want to be leaner. Well, I think it's like not necessarily like super overweight. I've definitely like come from that.
Buy and trade.
It's definitely a place I could like
Hello.
chill out. I think if I had more muscle, it would be a better aesthetic look. But right now, because I don't have a fuck ton of muscle,
Good day to you.
I still just look kind of fat without like my shirt on. It's definitely not, it's much better than before, to be honest. Like, it's like borderline. It's like more dad bod kind of vibe, you know? It's very hard to get lean. Yeah, my goal isn't necessarily to be shredded or super lean, but my goal is like there's nothing wrong with it. Oh, dude, I've been living dad bod. Any cardio? Yeah. Kind of just when I feel like it though. It's not really a structured cardio. Being that you're 6'3", it'll take more time to fill out your frame. Yeah, I believe it. I've definitely noticed a good amount of change in my... Specifically, I feel like my traps... and my back I've gained definitely a lot of like mass, because before I had like literally zero back. Like my body, like I can't explain it. I don't know how to explain it, but my body would just be like if anything, it would be like fucking it's fucking, you guys know what I mean? The fucking reverse, I'm the reverse V. But now we're like, I'm like more of like this. It's not exactly, but it's more of that shape, which is, it's cool because I can see that I've gained a lot of muscle on my back. The love handles, baby. triangle, brother? Not quite. I'm really not. I'm really not. But it's more towards that shape, which is definitely from the back. Chasing Dorito. Hey, dude, we're all, chat. Who's going Dorito form this summer? Any Doritos in the lair? You didn't add mass, you lost your love handles? I don't know, bro. My back has been, I've been pushing really hard on my back for like 6 months. I've gone from like 100 pound like lat pull down to like almost 200. I can do 200, but it's not as good for him. So I normally when I go it's like 170. 6 months dedication. Honestly, it's not dedication, it's addiction. It's actually so addicting, man. I swear, guys. Go to the gym and get addicted to your health. You never get addicted to healthy things? I don't know, man. Like there's something about the gym that's like leveling up in a video game, you know? It's like the same vibe.
See you later.
I can really jive with it, you know? You get addicted to the progression, exactly. You're leveling up, IRL. Like I'm literally getting, I'm allocating my stats right now, boys. I've been doing mobility to increase my agility, my dexterity. You level so slow. It is a long grind. It's an old school MMO for real.
Hey there.
Delayed gratification and all that shit.
Safe travels.
Minus int plus STR. True. You see the new EverQuest Legends server? I did, but I'm not really a fan of that kind of vibe. It's more of like a Ascension WoW kind of thing. I don't get how people stick to a chicken diet. Is there... Honestly, I haven't been sticking to something like that. My diet is something that has been super hit or miss. It consists of a lot of Chipotle bowls. To be honest. And a lot of steak. I like steak. Recently, I've been on a tri-tip, like packaged tri-tip from the store, which comes in like a pack of like 3 little strips of tri-tip. High carb, high sodium, high protein. That's pretty on point. How do you season? A fuck ton of salt. Little pepper. And just pan sear it. If it's a thick boy, if I get really thick boys from the store, I do reverse sear. But normally I just cook it in the pan and it's good enough. Marinating? I've kind of dabbled, but I'm not really a fan of the pre-prep. I like to be much more loose with my food plans. If I'm tired from the gym, I don't want to commit to making something. So I like not marinating, but I have marinated some steaks, especially in like a soy sauce, Worcestershire type marinade. Brine chicken. Yeah. I've brined chicken. Never really air fried chicken. I'm afraid of cooking meat in the air fryer. I've never done it. I've also done dry brine steak, really good. But again, the prep is I'm a big anti-prep food maker. I don't like prep. If I have to prep it hours in advance, if I have to prep it days in advance or overnight, fuck that shit, bro. I want to be in the kitchen and out of the kitchen in 30 minutes. Like, simple kind of shit. I really don't want to be spending a lot of time in the kitchen. So I trying to find simple stuff, man. Crock-pot. Yeah, crock-pot is just, you know, again, this is the other part, like prep, right? Like crock-pot is great, but then I have to cook it before I eat it. Have to prep it before I eat it. And that's hard for me. It is hard for me. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, do I cook it? Like, I prep it before the stream, turn on the crock-pot midstream, and then eat it after stream? I don't know. Like, the logistics of it, haven't really done it because it's like a lot of extra setup potentially that I just like, fuck that. I'll just make a steak. Set an alarm, it's easy. Yeah, I just haven't done that type of thing.
Well met.
Creatine, yeah. Creatine, 100%.
Greetings. Greetings.
What can I do for you? Safe travel.
Yeah, I creatine the crock pot. That's in the leveling route. Chicken soup?
Pleased to meet you.
You know what that makes me think of? A chicken and dumpling soup. Ooh. There was a local, there's like a local, I don't know what to call it. I guess like a southern barbecue kind of place.
Have a good one.
Near me, and they had a chicken and dumpling soup special. They only had it one day that I went in. And, it just came out in this little bowl. It was so fucking good, man. It's just like, this is like, it was like, I want it now. Shit. Chicken and dumplings are super easy in the crock pot. Yeah, I might have to look at a recipe for that or something. Fasting? Yeah, I've definitely done intermittent fasting. We were on like one meal a day, kind of loosely. When we do, like, the thing with me is, like, I've never really done like hard strict diets or hard strict like fasting, but a more loose definition of it, I guess. Some days I would do like a 20 hour fast, 4 hour eating, and then you know, the next day maybe it's like a 16-8, and then, you know, maybe it's like an 18-6. But like, generally speaking, I do fast.
Greetings.
Not necessarily long fasts, like multi-day, but I have found that not eating when I wake up for at least like 6 hours or 4 hours or 5 hours, whatever it is, helps me maintain my cravings or hunger. So I'll usually delay food as long as I can after I wake up, without getting like, you know, super high. Like if I'm hungry, I'll just eat. Like I'm not super committed to a fast hour. Funny how you can go to bed starving but wake up and hold off for hours. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of how it is though.
Go with honor, friend.
Chia seeds? I'm not a... I've had chia seeds and like Greek yogurt or something.
Hey there. See you later.
Swap it around, eat right away, and then do your last meal 6 to 8 hours before you sleep. Any advice on how to stop nighttime snacking? I'm a big nighttime snacker. The only thing that I've ever found that's helped not nighttime snack is, well, not having them. That's literally the only thing. For me, when I'm going to the store, I strictly do not buy snacks anymore. No snacks in the house. Yeah. So the other thing I guess is like recognize when you don't eat enough. Like it's going to be easy to nighttime snack if you're, let's say you're going on a diet and you say, okay, my maintenance is 2,000 calories. I'm going to eat 1,600 calories and that's going to be my diet. And you have 1,500 calories that day, and you finish your dinner and you're full, but you're still like hungry like an hour after, whatever. Like, if you're having snacking problems, is it because you're trying to limit yourself too much? I think that's one question you could ask. Because if you're eating like appropriate meals, I feel like that's helped with snacking a lot for me. I don't feel the need to snack a lot anymore if I'm having like a solid dinner. But if I'm trying to cut, if I'm trying to diet, and I am intentionally limiting myself and I'm setting myself up for hunger issues, then I will be more prone to snacking. So like maybe if you are dieting, look at your maintenance value and what you're doing. If it's, you know, if you feel like you have to do what you're doing, then just don't have snacks. Snack on good stuff. Yeah. That's another one. Like, I feel like a lot of the weight that I've lost over like the last like year, has been easy to stay off. It's been easy to keep the weight off because I'm losing it by changing lifestyle. My lifestyle a little bit, like not buying, like I'm actually looking at the label before I buy anything. And I'm comparing things like, oh, I was going to get this, but if I have this, that I know that that's half of my calories for the day. I didn't realize it was so bad. I'm not going to buy this anymore. And there's been a lot of things that I've cut out of my life that I used to eat that were super calorically, like insane calorie counts. And there's so many things that I've cut out of my life I stopped buying, and I'm buying different things that are less calorically dense, less junk foody, but relatively tasty comparatively, right? Same kind of thing. And like, I feel like I went off of my diet and didn't go to the gym for a month, 6 weeks, and I didn't really put on any weight. And so I feel like that's a consequence of just lifestyle changes. Like, I didn't realize how bad some things were, to be completely honest. Like, I just never looked at, like, I literally never would look at a label before. I cut out bread too. Like, I don't do anything with bread anymore. When I do bread, I try to do the like keto bread, but I don't really like the taste of it, so I just stopped eating bread for the most part. Volume eating can help. I 100%, I 100% think that's true. Volume eating has been great. Like, I've been really into like parfaits recently. A lot of Greek yogurt, a lot of fruit, just a little bit of granola. And it's like, boom, I'm so full. Like, I can't even, sweet potatoes, dude. I've been on a sweet potato kick. Just poke that shit, cover it in a paper towel, microwave it for like 8 minutes, 9 minutes, depending on the size. Just put that, just like take off the skin, put it in a bowl, a tiny bit of butter, boom, I'm full. Sweet potatoes are fucking insane. I would 100%, if you haven't had them, dude, oh my god, that shit is goated. I'll have one just like randomly with meals, and it'll fill me up so much. Shredded the oven with skin on, damn. Ground beef and sweet potatoes with avocado, interesting. That's an interesting combo I wasn't expecting. Guys, I'm going to call it here for the day. I'm getting hungry. Okay? I'll go make some dinner for me and Liz. You guys made me hungry. I hope you guys eat responsibly until I see you again. Dinner. Yeah. It's 7 a.m. Dinner time, baby. Have a good night. I will see you guys probably tomorrow. I'm gonna try to put in more time on the gnome and catch up to the boys. Later. Probably be doing this